I'm going to go ahead and call this regular session of the Bloomington Common Council to order here on December 17th, 2025. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ruff. Here. Rallo.
Here.
Piedmont Smith. Here. Stossberg.
Here.
Daly.
Here.
Zulik. Here. Rosenbarger.
Here.
Asari.
Here.
Thanks.
Great, thank you so much. So I often start out a meeting with just kind of a note about something, and so today this is our final meeting of the 2025 council session, and I just want to take a minute and thank city staff this year for all of the work that they've done, and I especially want to call out a few folks, and I realized that I could literally call out every department because all of them at one time or another step up and do things, no matter which department that they're in. But this tonight specifically, I want to call out our public works and our plow teams because it's December 17th. We've had 3 snow events that have not one of them has happened between 8 and 5 Monday through Friday. So, and somehow things still got plowed and we could still go. So a huge thank you to our plow teams, our snow removal crew. And that also includes not just the folks that are out there actually plowing, but all of the dispatch related folks that are managing behind the scenes and mechanics managing behind the scenes and all of those sorts of things that make those things go. And I also want to shout out sanitation because they're still out there early in the morning picking up our cans in cold darkness, and I'm really happy that we, if you didn't know, delayed trash pickup by a day this week so that Monday morning when it was really, really cold, our crews did not have to get out there. So I appreciated that the city did that. And the last category that I want to call out are just administrative staff members. Those folks that organize the calendars, they answer the phones, they keep everything organized, they make our appointments, they have a lot of connection with residents who call in, and sometimes it's a little bit underappreciated. And I want to give a special shout out to our own temporary legal researcher, Christine, whose last day is officially today in the position that she's been in. She started this temporary position in May and has done a phenomenal job supporting council members and also council staff. So a huge thank you to Christine. And I would have gotten her flowers or something, but she's actually flying somewhere tomorrow. And I thought that it would only be a burden to give her something the day before she flies somewhere. So with that, I'll go ahead and summarize the agenda. We are going to start out with 4 minutes for approval from our 4 budget hearings this year, August 18th, 20th, 25th, and 27th. Then we'll have a report time. We'll start with reports from council members. Then we'll have a report from the Planning and Transportation Department about Unified Development Ordinance updates. We've had a couple deliberation sessions about that kind of stuff this year. And the Planning Department has done some reaching out to the community about that, so we'll hear more about that. We do have a short report from the Committee on Council Processes for council committees, and then we'll have our first reports from the public. So that's the first time for the public to comment on an item that is not on our agenda this evening. So members of the public will have 3 minutes to comment on things not on the agenda. During legislation time, there will be time for people to comment on things that are on the agenda. We will not have appointments to boards and commissions tonight because there are none. We have no legislation for first readings because it's the last meeting of the year. And that also, though, means that there are several things for second reading, in one case actually third reading, that we will cover tonight. So our legislation for second readings and resolutions starts with Ordinance 2025-19, amending Title 15 of the Bloomington Municipal Code, regarding removal and impound of vehicles. This is a third reading for that item, and 2 weeks ago at our last regular session, we did adopt Amendment 1 to that. Then we will go to Ordinance 2025-20, which is amending Chapter 4 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Non-Consensual Towing Businesses and other updates. Then we will have Resolution 2025-21, acknowledging receipt of the collective bargaining agreement between the City of Bloomington and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees for years 2026, 27, and 28. Then we'll have ordinance 2025-40. Oh, and just as a note, yesterday in the packet addendum, there was an updated agenda put out, and that resolution was added in that packet addendum. If anybody's going, wait a minute, that's not the agenda that I'm looking at, okay? In the packet addendum released yesterday is this updated agenda with that resolution. So our fourth thing on the agenda after the resolution is ordinance 2025-47, amending Title 8 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Historic Preservation and Protection to establish a historic district around the Ivan Adams House. And then we'll have ordinance 2025-43 to annex certain real estate to the City of Bloomington. And lastly, we'll deal with ordinance 2025-46 to amend the zoning maps in anticipation of that annexation. After our legislation for this evening, we will have an additional period of public comment. So if anybody wants to comment on something not on the agenda and they did not comment during the first period of public comment, then they can do that then. Any notes on council schedule, and then we will adjourn. So going back to the beginning with minutes.
I move that the minutes from August 18th, August 20th, August 25th, August 27th from 2025 all be approved.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve the minutes. Any council member questions or comments on those minutes? Great. Since we're all here in person, we can go ahead and do a voice vote on this. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you so much. Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to reports from council members. Let's go ahead and start down at the end to my left with Councilmember Asari.
No report, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosenbarger.
I have a report. It's not really prepared. So I just, I wanted to, I guess, debrief very quickly on a redevelopment commission meeting that happened this Monday and talk about a property that is owned by the RDC, a couple of properties. It's called College Square. It's on College Avenue across from the Atlas Bar between 3rd and 4th Streets. And basically this is an awesome property that the city or RDC bought a few years ago. The convention center and the CIB basically thought about making it a hotel, and that is still an option. I'm sorry, I did not prepare this at all, so we just have to kind of wing it. What? Okay. Okay. I just want to give you a brief summary, right? And we're looking at making that entire property a hotel, a host hotel for the convention center. It's a really huge piece of land. It is a city block long, and so something that we're kind of pushing pause on making the whole thing potentially a host hotel, which I think is really exciting. I've been thinking of it kind of as like a mini Hopewell development. It is almost a blank slate where we can put a lot of stuff in there that the city needs and residents need. Just for example, there's a similar block on College, just North College, potentially across from Big Red. And it has a hotel, it has restaurants on the bottom, it has shops along College, it has a parking garage in it, it has, I think it's a 7-story commercial building, and it has potentially maybe 80 housing units in it. So I think it's neat that we have a lot of options for this property where we can look at housing, we can look at affordable housing. I know folks are really on board with getting more affordable housing downtown. So it's really a neat city opportunity that doesn't come along a lot, that it's mostly a parking lot right now. And I think that's it. I'm just looking forward to the RDC. Well, I think they're not really working on it right now anymore, but the CIB and the county and the city all working together on this to see what we can really get in that space. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Zulik, do you have a report?
No report, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Daly?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Flaherty?
Yeah, thank you. I also wanted to follow up on recent activity with the Bloomington Redevelopment Commission, because I think there were some pretty material choice points around policy and trust, and I think it was a positive outcome, even though there was some challenges along the way. So I just wanted to highlight some of that as well for the benefit of the public and just reflection. So I wanted to thank the members of the RDC for their service and for meeting with us, along with department directors Cooper Smith and Killian Hansen during a work session last week. It was definitely not an optimal set of circumstances and choices that led us to that work session, but hopefully folks learn from it and we can meaningfully involve the city's fiscal body on major financial decisions in the future, especially where the council has formalized a policy position on the issue. Tangentially, I do have a number of ideas around RDC-related reforms, but I will save those for some time in 2026. I also wanted to specifically credit Commissioners Cassidy, McRobbie, and Meyerson for introducing and voting on an amendment to their resolution 25-136 prior to its passage at their Monday meeting this week. So that resolution, consistent with the clear policy position of the City Council, confirmed that the RDC does not intend to give away a $7 million piece of property to a private hotelier in order to subsidize a convention center host hotel. I won't get into the question of whether a subsidy is needed for a host hotel. That's a different question, but that was the decision of the RDC at that time. So this is a $7 million win for the residents of Bloomington, whose tax dollars can now be leveraged for resident benefits. In particular, affordable housing is a prime option, as Councilmember Rosenberger highlighted, and there's actually a variety of pathways to achieve that from here, including on that site or even elsewhere, if we sold that site or traded it with the county government, for instance, which owns land to the south, some of which actually has relatively affordable housing at this moment. So this matters because for the past decade, there has been widespread agreement explicitly among folks involved with the convention center expansion that two specific funding sources are meant to cover that expansion project. To be clear, at that project, the Monroe County Capital Improvement Board, or CIB, has repeatedly characterized as inclusive of a host hotel. So those two funding sources are the food and beverage tax and the innkeeper's tax. The former was meant primarily for construction, while the latter was meant primarily for operations and maintenance. The county government has also used the innkeeper's tax to purchase land as a possibility for convention center expansion. So before the City Council was willing to agree to appropriate the city's food and beverage tax proceeds, it made itself very, very clear that its understanding and expectation, consistent with the decade of discussion on this, was that the food and beverage tax proceeds alone would be the city's sole financial contribution to the project. To the best of my recollection, and I'm pretty sure about this, no one with the CIB or other interested parties raised objections at that time and said, no, we don't think that's possible, or we're going to come to the city later for other resources. And so some members of the council in particular were quite explicit that this, this was conditional for their vote, or a condition for their vote. And so we moved forward. We appropriated the funds. Of course, the convention center is going up right now. But now we face this situation where the city is being asked to contribute a considerable amount of additional taxpayer dollars to the burden of our residents. And I think there are lots of good other options. Several media sources, I think, or at least one who's here with us tonight, did cover a memo that a few colleagues and I sent to the RDC earlier this week that outlined some of those options. I think it would be a great idea for elected officials of both county and city government to get together early in the new year to talk about those options and how to make sure that we're using those two funding sources that have long been identified for the convention center expansion project optimally to achieve those outcomes that everybody wants. And so really that's it. I wanted to update folks on that. I wanted to acknowledge that the RDC vote was, I think, an important inflection point of some sorts. I think the risks were not just the finances itself, but also trust from the public, from the city council to the mayor's administration with the CIB. And based on other things that have happened over the past 2 years, that's not always been, our strongest resource. So it would have been a shame to see it go further south. So with that, thank you again to those commissioners and the RDC for their service.
Thank you. Councilmember Ruff.
I'd just like to take a second to thank our council leadership, council members Stossberg, Piedmont Smith, and Daly for the work they've done on council leadership this year. It's a lot of extra work and a lot of times pretty thankless. And so it's greatly appreciated. Last thing, I just want to quickly just say, show some respect and gratitude to the bipartisan principled stand taken by our Indiana Senate in rejecting a completely out of line power play in redistricting, recent redistricting push that was coming down on Indiana from outside. And just really, I had people from all over the country, from friends and colleagues from all around the country, from all different political persuasions, saying, wow, thanks, Indiana Senate. I'm proud to have connections with the state of Indiana at this point in time, which we haven't always been able to say. So much appreciation and respect to them, to the Indiana Senate for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rallo.
I'd just like to make an announcement that Councilmember Ruff and I have our monthly constituent meeting this Saturday at 10 a.m., December 20th. We have it by Zoom, and you can find that link at the council website, which is bloomington.in.gov/council. And you're welcome to join us. We have usually very lively, intense discussions, numerous topics, and we're scheduled for an hour, but we often go 90 minutes, 2 hours. And Councilmember Ruff may spend the rest of the day on Zoom. I'm not committing him, but we look forward to seeing people there. It's a good time, so please come.
Thank you. Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, I'd like to just highlight, as I've done in the past, to highlight yet another way in which the Trump administration is violating the U.S. Constitution that we all have sworn to uphold and that President Trump has sworn to uphold, but is not doing a very good job of. Today's topic is war powers, U.S. Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, Paragraph 11. Congress has the power to declare war. Even though in early October, President Trump decided that the United States is engaged in a formal armed conflict with drug cartels that his team has labeled terrorist organizations, and that suspected smugglers for such groups are unlawful combatants. So basically, he's declared war on a drug cartel, and he has killed 80-plus people doing it in violation of international law and the Constitution. Just want to quote a little bit from an article that appeared yesterday on the American Constitution Society website by Chris Edelson, a professor at American University. Over the past 3 months, the Trump administration has effectively gone to war with an amorphous foe, although the administration describes this as non-international, i.e. not between nations, armed conflict with vaguely defined drug cartels. It is, in fact, a one-sided affair in which U.S. missiles have struck and killed more than 80 people on boats in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific. Perhaps most notoriously, one of these strikes killed 2 men who survived an initial attack and were clinging to wreckage. Some experts are concerned that all of the strikes are simply murder. Despite the broad consensus among international law experts that the U.S. military campaign violates international law, President Donald Trump has suggested he could escalate the fight, including perhaps by an invasion of Venezuela. The administration has claimed without evidence that the boats it is attacking are bringing drugs from Venezuela to the United States. The Trump administration's military actions also violate U.S. law. So many, many disappointing things about the Trump administration, and I think we need to keep talking about it and keep pointing it out, that this is a violation of law and a Constitution that we're all so proud of. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. I also have a short report. Hopefully it'll be short. There's a few things that I wanted to mention. I appreciate Councilmember Ruff bringing up the Indiana Senate and the failure of that mid-century redistricting vote. I mentioned that a couple weeks ago, and I just wanted to kind of follow up on that. And I am thrilled that our senators listened to the people of Indiana who, by and large, through surveys and through calling both Republicans and Democrats and also independents, all were predominantly against that move. And I'm really, really happy that our senators actually listened to the people in this situation. And I wanted to make a note about my constituent meetings as well. I'm going to change those up a little bit in the new year. I've been kind of doing that a little bit, trying some different things to figure out how I feel is the best kind of way to connect in different ways with constituents. So I feel like the best constituent meetings have really focused on one person and their concern that they're bringing in that moment. And so instead of having just constituent meetings where it's like, hey, everybody come, to make sure that those people that come with very specific things that they want to talk about can just make a calendar appointment with me. So there's a lot of tech out there, I'm sure that you've used it, where it's like, yes, just schedule an appointment with me, here's your time blocks. So it'll be something like that, and there'll be ways to do that with to get on my calendar. So look for that in the new year. That's a new tech field, you could say, for me. I've never done that with calendaring before. I know it's not hard, but during the holiday recess, I'm hoping to set that up. And then I'm going to take a note to actually talk about council scheduling right now, even though council schedule time is at the end, because by the end of a meeting, maybe my colleagues aren't going to be listening as closely anymore. So I'm hoping that you're all listening right now about my note on council scheduling, which is that in January, we have a couple weeks without regular session meetings, but I'm going to urge you guys right now, when you're looking at your January calendars, to kind of pencil in some reservations on those Wednesday nights for interview committees, because interview committee stuff, as a reminder, is changing next year with the new resolution that Councilmember Zulik, I'm pretty sure, is the one who brought that. So that all needs to be rethought. So, and I spoke with Clerk Crosley today, and so she also kind of has that on her schedule and hoping to, in January, get some of those things scheduled. So if we could, as council members, try to work with that and thinking about our January schedule, that would be fantastic. And other than that, just to our community, happy holidays, all of the holidays. Happy Hanukkah, a little late. Happy solstice, Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy New Year. A little early, a little late, all of those things. But happy snow days. E-learning is almost like snow days, sort of, for some people. So winter can be a fun time. Anyway, that wraps it up, and we are moving on to reports from the mayor, city clerk, city offices, and city boards and commissions. So we have our planning and transportation director, Hiddle. If you could, as usual, state your name for the record, and it's great to have you here.
Thank you. Good evening. David Hiddle, Director of the Department of Planning and Transportation, here with a year-end update on our housing attainability study / project, to let you know where we've been and where we're going with this important, I think, initiative. So the project purpose is to consider potential unified development ordinance or UDO amendments and other housing policy changes to increase access to attainable housing in Bloomington. And with any changes to UDO or other ordinance language, you look for your marching orders, really, from the comprehensive plan. You want the language in the comprehensive plan to guide you to make those changes. We talked a little bit about this in a little bit more detail at the second of the deliberative sessions, and I kind of quoted from all of the points in the comp plan that are pertinent. Here, I'm going to taper that off a little bit and just kind of cut to the chase and talk about this goal 5.3 that talks about housing supply. It says, help meet current and projected regional housing needs of all economic and demographic groups by increasing Bloomington's housing supply with infill development, reuse of non-residential developed land, and development on vacant land if it is at least partially surrounded by existing development. And the specific policy that comes from that says, encourage opportunities for infill and redevelopment across Bloomington with consideration for increased residential densities, complementary design, and underutilized housing types such as accessory dwelling units, duplex, triplex, and fourplex buildings, courtyard apartments, bungalow courts, townhouses, row houses, and live workspaces. Avoid placing these high-density forms in single-family neighborhoods. That last sentence kind of just slams the brakes on the vibe that the rest of the paragraph, I think, establishes. And I'd have loved to have been a fly on the wall of the moment that the decision was made to add that last sentence, but I'm not sure exactly where that came from. I think there is a lack of precision in the language there, and I think it muddles the intention of the previous paragraph for a variety of reasons. Comprehensive plan also includes the climate action plan, which does state encourage density and increase housing options and affordability with the goal of increasing gross density by 3% of 2018 values. So this initiative set out to find out how we can do that, how we can realize those particular recommendations from the comprehensive plan. And so beginning earlier this year, about 5 or 6 months ago, we established that we would be meeting with a variety of stakeholders, neighborhood associations, institutions, the university, the school district, the development community, and talk about a variety of issues, among them housing. So we met with all of those groups, as I mentioned. Still a few more to go. We have neighborhood organizations scheduled through January, and I think one in early February, and peer cities scheduled throughout January as well. With regards to peer cities, we looked at cities that are a little bit more akin to the profile of Bloomington than just your typical college towns. Bloomington is a relatively small city nestled against a really large university, and so it's not terribly instructive to look only at Ann Arbor or Madison or some of our Big Ten, the Big Ten usual suspects, if you will. So we expanded that to talk to other cities that have large universities that are a little bit more akin in terms of ratio, permanent residents to student residents that Bloomington is. So we've been adding to this list, and excited to add Bozeman, Montana to it next week, which is a sentence only a planner would ever say, I think. But they're very interesting in that they are a blue village and a red sea. They are leading the nation in housing reform and zoning reform relative to housing. And they, fascinatingly enough to me, have a huge influx of population and a median housing price of $1 million almost. So if you kind of take the whole thing and boil it down to really a fundamental tension, it's this. It's good, it's needed, it's desirable for us to optimize residential infill opportunities. At the same time, another sentence that's true is that off-campus student housing pressures may overwhelm core neighborhoods. So where there is opposition to ideas here, it's coming from those core neighborhoods, and really core isn't the right word, it's really more campus-adjacent neighborhoods. And we've sort of seen, by virtue of the fact that off-campus housing pressures are so large, and the existing built environment of Bloomington, given its population outside of the university, is not particularly large, that there is the potential for this dynamic that's not desirable to take place. If we look at our zoning map, all of the yellow indicates single-family zoning, I should say residential zoning. The lighter the yellow, the lower intensity or lower density the zoning, the single-family typologies are allowed. So the canary yellow is basically R2, which allows only for single-family dwellings. I'll add the caveat that it does allow for accessory dwelling units, but for a variety of reasons, including restrictions on those placed by the zoning ordinance, there's not a lot of those being built right now. So we have about 5,000 plus acres that are in that category of single-family zoning exclusive. We have 200 acres that are R4 that also allow for duplexes by right, and then we have 1,400 acres that allow for different types of multifamily. So the overwhelming majority of residentially zoned land in the city of Bloomington allows only for single-family dwellings. This is the allowed use table, which tells you a little bit more about that in detail. As you get into the mixed use districts, there's a variety of residential and commercial and multifamily uses that are allowed, but the R districts, which are essentially the residential districts, are very single family only heavy. Really, the goal here with this project is to allow for more diverse types of housing to flourish, at least give them a fighting chance in the city. Right now, it's been historically easy to build single-family dwellings, and as of late, it's been easy to build really big mega student development projects, but not much in between. So we'd like to change the regulations, do more removal than addition, to take away obstructions and obstacles that I think do not rightly curtail the development of this missing middle or gentle density type of housing. We're going to look at a couple different variations here. One of them is the idea of the cottage development. This is not in Bloomington. This is in Santa Monica, I believe. It's a very common type of development, previous mid-century and before, from really the 20s to the 50s. They're also very common in Chicago, common in Minneapolis, common in a number of eastern cities. We'll have really one of these in Bloomington, which I'll talk about just a little bit in a moment. We do have a slot for this in our zoning ordinance, but among its restrictions is one that says you have to start with a minimum of an acre. You have to have a minimum of 400 square feet of internal green space per dwelling unit. The individual dwelling units are not allowed for sale, and they are allowed nowhere by right. So in order to develop any of these anywhere, you need to get conditional use approval from the BZA, which is a process that is not without friction. This is another example from California. This is an example from Fisher's, more recently built. That's 11 units, I believe, on 1.7 acres, so 6.5 units per acre. Obviously, the land costs are reduced if you're able to put a number of houses or a number of dwelling units on a property like this. They're smaller than normal dwelling units, and so they tend to be much more affordable to people beyond those who might be able to afford a single-family dwelling today, especially in this city. Here's Bloomington's example, and this is a little bit more than just a cottage development. This is the co-housing project on Short Street, so there's a lot of cooperative operational parameters at play here. It's a fascinating place. I spent an afternoon there, and I don't know if everybody's visited or not, but I think if you're able to sit down at the pavilion and talk to their founders a little bit about how it's developed, and you can kind of experience the actual life of the neighborhood, which I think makes it really, really appealing. This is just a quick site plan overview that shows central greens, and then the houses flank those greens rather than flanking streets, which is the typical arrangement. This is one in Indianapolis. I talked a little bit about it at the last deliberative session, and I'll just repeat that here because I think it's instructive. These are two urban lots, 35 feet wide, that were consolidated and on which were built 6 dwellings. They're all single-family dwellings. They're all owned fee simple. They are, I think, 1,200 square feet each, 3 bedrooms and 2.5 baths apiece. They are for sale, and 2 of them I've sold, I think, and the going rate for those is $271,000, which is, again, we'd love to be able to see houses for sale less than that, but that's quite a bit less than the median sale price in Bloomington. Again, smaller houses, smaller lots, less yard, really all, I think, desirable things for a lot of the people that live here, especially given what we know about the demographics of the city. These days, the most common household is a single person, a 2-person household. The second most common is a single person, and together they make the vast majority of the household types that are in Bloomington. And there's just a lot of desire for this type of housing development, and it's just not available anywhere. Just a view from the beginning, the front of the site. Also, we're looking at duplexes and triplexes, and the opportunity to allow them perhaps a little bit more frequently with conditions and protect perhaps in specific overlay areas. This is a duplex. This is a duplex that is actually in the house catalog that is part of the Hopewell development. So just a little bit of background about that. Hopewell will be sort of governed by a catalog with a variety of different home types. and the person who buys a lot there will choose from that catalog any one of a number of a dozen different homes. This is a duplex in that it has a front unit and then another unit attached that's above a garage in the back. And it's simple architecture. It's relatively modest in terms of its silhouette and massing. Smaller than the average house, and again, small yard. Something that I think we would like to see encouraged here. Where you begin to run into real concerns about these kinds of housing typologies is existing character of neighborhoods and the opportunities for those typologies poorly executed to compromise that character. Again, we took a quick look at this at the last deliberative session. I think it's instructional to do it again, but this was 711 East Cottage Grove 2 years ago. This was 711 East Cottage Grove a couple months ago, and this is what 711 Cottage Grove is proposed to be next year. Now, in a lot of ways, this makes sense. This is a stone's throw from the university, and there's probably good reason to increase density in that particular location. But I would argue that this is not particularly successful in preserving or honoring or really recognizing in any way existing neighborhood context. If you look at some of the figures behind it, it begins to become apparent why this is happening. This is a 3-unit structure. Each unit rents for $6,000 a month, so that's about $18,000 a month in whole. If you look right across the street, this is a single-family dwelling that was for rent for $4,620 a month. So $18,120 a month versus $4,620 a month. You begin to see that the pressures for creating these kinds of changes. Another thing that we are interested in looking at is the possibility of easing path for accessory dwelling units. This is an accessory dwelling unit actually built in Bloomington. Actually, let me rephrase that. This is not in Bloomington, but the thing was built in Bloomington. This is from Origin Studios, which ships mainly to the coasts. I think they've built one in town. But they build high-end sort of bespoke ADUs, and they ship to the places where ADUs are welcomed with more open arms. I think they have developed one and placed it in town, actually. Interestingly enough, and this is a look inside the warehouse in Bloomington, the owner has a history in developing housing in developing nations, and I think is very interested in putting together a product that is much more affordable and seeing that being used here locally. With that idea comes another one, which is creating opportunities for administrative lot splits. If you just look at any one of these, this is the idea of a single-family dwelling in front with an ADU then developed in back. You have a single-family dwelling in front in Bloomington. It's probably pretty expensive. Once you build the ADU in back, it becomes that much more expensive as a property because you essentially have two houses on it. But if you're able to split off that ADU and sell it fee simple, either by administrative lot splits, by acknowledging that on a corner lot you have two street frontages, or by creating an opportunity for flag lots to make that back lot legal, then you're allowing more people in infill area, which means you're using existing pipes, existing streets. You're not building new infrastructure. You're not asking the police department to stretch, emergency services to stretch its service area. So it's the most cost-effective way of locating more people in the city. We're also going to look at subdivision regulations, specifically recalibrating lot dimension requirements. A lot of our zoning districts' width and area and other dimensional requirements are quite a bit greater than the lots on which they stand, especially the older lots, which were developed with less width, with less area. And I think one option is to make it so that the dimensional requirements actually match those that are built and are not thrusting those older homes and lots immediately into non-conforming status. Also, I think that, as I noted earlier, we can make our architectural regulations more meaningful. For example, right now with duplexes, we have very subjective language telling us to take a look at their porches and their door orientation, and site development in terms of parking. But those don't get us very far, I think, in terms of providing for a truly desirable architectural end product. I think we can do a better job of that. I've talked to some local architects. Maybe the idea is to put together a work group to help improve those architectural regulations so that neighborhood character is not compromised in the way that I think arguably you could say it is right now. Short-term rental is something that's been talked about. At any given time, this number has changed, but I'm going to say now that at any given time, there are 400 listings in Bloomington that are identified as perpetual, meaning year-round, whole house rentals, meaning no one lives in them. They're only used as literal mini hotels. That number has changed in terms of what we've thought it was, but as I've talked to people in the industry and looked at the way that AirDNA, which is the main data aggregator for short-term rentals, how they do it, it looks as though there are about 400 at any given time, which, you know, it's a big number for houses taken out of circulation for a city the size of Bloomington. There's not much we can do in terms of zoning regulations. We are exploring the idea of capping that, of requiring permits and then establishing a maximum cap so that it can't get any greater, and then ideally over time, some of those through attrition would come back into the housing pool. Looking and talking with peer cities, there are a number of techniques that are employed to deal with the issue. I won't call it a problem because there's problems in a lot of ways. It's a good problem to have, but the issue of off-campus housing, one of them is to impose separation requirements so that if a home is occupied by students, then it needs to be separated by a certain number of feet from other places. That's done in Pennsylvania. Another is to establish a rental density allowance. That's done in a number of cities in Minnesota, and Carmel and Fishers also did something similar. I think arguably their motivations are a little bit different. I think in Carmel and Fishers, they're pretty forthright about it, about just not wanting rentals. Our concern here is the distribution of student housing, I think. But those are opportunities. Other things that are happening with regards to housing attainability is we are at the beginning/middle of an audit process, which is looking at how we handle our permit reviews and ways for us to become a little bit more efficient in that. Time is money, so if we're able to do that, it takes away costs of development. The HW stands for Hopewell, so those are components of the Hopewell program. It's going to be the pre-approved home catalog, which I think we could extend to use elsewhere in the city, a lender developer training program, which will happen next year. The pursuit of advanced building codes is something that I think is next year or the year after. In a lot of places, there are amendments to building codes, legislative, usually coming from the state, that allows for things like single staircase designs and sort of removal of relic fire codes that no longer have much to do with safety, but allow for more efficient development. And then there's an opportunity to improve coordination with IU. There's really no formal coordination with IU with regards to how off-campus housing is executed, and I think that that's something that could be done. Other places, usually the larger cities, have very comprehensive formal written agreements with the cities within, or with the universities within them. They can include everything from shared stadiums to mitigating payment to the city for neighborhood impacts. There's really a variety of things. I don't know that that's something that could be employed here or would be employed here, but I think it's interesting to note that those exist. Timeline.
Director Hiddle?
Yes.
As a note, that's been 20 minutes, which is the period, so a couple more minutes maybe to wrap that up. And then council members, you can help me decide whether you want to have extra time for questions after that. So,
Okay.
Thanks.
This is the end. We're at the timeline. I apologize. I didn't know I was taking that much time. So our goal here is to come forward with a housing attainability UDO package, which is going to be the things that we've talked about here, and then whatever comes up in the meantime that we will bring forward for review and refinement and adoption eventually, hopefully, that will incorporate the things that we've just discussed, and do it in a way that satisfies as many concerns as possible. That is the general timeline through April. I'd like to complete the first phase of outreach immediately and then begin to craft UDO amendment ideas and options, take those back to the public and to stakeholders, and then through the late spring, refine the draft amendments and initiate adoption. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Council members, do you have questions? Okay, we have a couple of questions up here, so let's go ahead and extend. Let's start with just 5 minutes until 7:21, just because we do have a lengthy legislative agenda. Councilmember Rallo.
Right. Thank you, Director Hiddle. So 2 housing studies I'm aware of have indicated that people desire owner-occupied single-family homes. And over the last decade or so, we've had a disproportionate number of rentals built. And at the same time, as you noted, we've had a number of 1,000 or so homes that have been converted to short-term rentals. So, and so there's institutional investors, there are people who are, buying and renting these. Fishers, Indiana put a 10% cap on rentals recently. It's effective January 1st of 2026. Is that something we could explore to try to maintain the housing stock that we have, that people desire?
Yeah, that's certainly one of the techniques that could be employed. I think it's one of the things that we'll look at. Again, I think we don't want to demonize student housing. It's good that students are here, and we don't want to, I think, necessarily follow the same line of reasoning that Fishers did in their employment of that particular rule. I think that they're relatively forthright in that rentals are a less desirable mode of residing than owner-occupied. And I don't know that that's a course we want to take, but that is being utilized in other college towns as a means of distributing where housing rentals, or student rentals in particular, are located. So that'll be part of what we're looking at, yes. It is a tool that's out there. It's used extensively in Minnesota and other places, especially where there are colleges, and it's something that can be done.
Great. Glad to hear that. Thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Zulick.
Thank you, Director Hiddle. Earlier in your presentation, I heard you equate core neighborhoods with campus-adjacent neighborhoods. Would you say that that's correct?
Yeah, I wrote core neighborhoods, but really there are campus-adjacent neighborhoods, Green Acres, for example, that you wouldn't really call core.
Okay.
So it may be better that the language I could have used was campus-adjacent.
Okay.
Most of which are core, but not all.
Thank you. In a town where over 50% of the population is students, to what extent do you think it's a reasonable expectation for residents who are not students, who are living within a square mile of the circumference of campus, that people don't live with students? Like, to me, like, every student would want to live near campus. I don't understand why that would even be an expectation that residents would have.
I don't think that the expectation should be, especially for campus-adjacent neighborhoods, that they wouldn't live near students. I don't think that's reasonable. I think that, as I talked to the neighborhoods, what I expected to hear was concerns about student behavior, and that was really minimal. And as I talked to other peer cities, that's one of the things that they talk most about. I don't hear as much of that here. What I really hear is that when a lot is repurposed for student housing, especially if it's redeveloped, the thing that is built is jarringly different from what it replaced or what was there. So from my perspective, I'm hearing a lot about more architectural standards, massing, things like that. I don't think that the idea of trying to remove students from those neighborhoods is a good one. For one thing, if we distribute them all over the city, then, you know, perhaps those that wouldn't have had to have drive to campus are now driving to campus. More vehicle miles traveled, you know, there's a lot of reasons that we would want them within walking distance, but it's really the structures that are being built for them that I think are really staggeringly out of place with the neighborhoods that are established, that have a right to expect something better.
And when you say student housing, are you referring to the luxury multifamily homes that are available to everyone or to IU housing?
No, I'm referring more to not the mega projects, not the high amenity student housing on like North College, more to the infill housing that's being put into campus adjacent neighborhoods. Like the one I showed you on Cottage Grove, where a house is removed and a thing that is clearly intended for students, that is, you know, has all the hallmarks of student housing and is in fact eventually rented to students, is replacing it. That's more the student housing that we're talking about.
But it has no legal status as student housing.
Yeah, we don't, Pennsylvania does. They've established student housing is a structure in which an undergraduate lives, one or more.
Okay.
We don't have that here.
Okay, thank you. And I have another question. It's not directed at you, so please don't take it anyway. But the way we talk about students is pretty aggressive. Do you think that that has any impact on students wanting to stay here and be a part of our workforce?
It's a good question. I'm not meaning, or certainly hoping that I'm not coming across as talking aggressively about students.
It's not you.
And I think that, you know, that goes for my department as well. I mean, what is Bloomington if there's no university? What is a university if there are no students? We absolutely have to accommodate them. I just think that it can be done better than we're doing it now.
Absolutely. Thank you.
But your point is very well taken. I appreciate it.
Thank you. That is technically the end of the time that we had. Does anybody else have a burning question? Okay, so I'm going to extend for another 3 minutes till 7:25. Do you think that'll do it? We'll try. Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. I want to echo and elevate the points Councilmember Zulik was raising. I think there are a number of generalities that don't hold true universally, and we should be very careful about language that tends to stigmatize or villainize some of our residents. I hear it a lot too. What I also heard in those comments was like a perspective that's different than what we heard in the presentation, and that brings me to my question about process. What I see on the screen right now is an anticipated staff process over the next 5 months, and I'm curious for what you envision to be the best path for collaboration between city council members who are legislators and policymakers in our own right, also care very deeply about implementing the values and ideas and policies and goals in our comprehensive plan and our climate action plan, and have indeed collaborated with your staff extensively in the past in order to propose ideas. And so where do our ideas on UDO changes related to housing attainability in this project fit into this process? Are they welcome? How will they be included? Tell us what you'd like to see, please. And in particular, well, I'll leave it at that. And I think some follow-up probably in written form would be helpful to give structure and clarity to all of us. Thank you.
Yeah, I do have some ideas, and then I'm certainly open to other ideas from the council if there are other ideas or processes that would work better. I do want the coordination and the conversation with council as we move into this. I'm thinking that by March, we're going to be able to assemble that packet, that housing attainability UDO packet that's going to have probably not just a rote set of language, that take it or leave it, but we'll have a variety of options, some different ways of incorporating different ideas, mixing and matching some of the mechanisms that we've talked about here, and then take it back to the public and council for refinement, review, further consideration at that point. Yeah, and that's about it.
Thank you. Just a brief follow-up. It sounds like that would set the universe of the possible with what you propose in March, and then we'd be left to refinement at a subsequent phase. Would you be open to council members contributing ideas to that universe of things that is explored in the next phase of public engagement?
Yeah, review and refinement is the phrase that I wrote. And my idea there is that during the review part, the beginning part, you know, other ideas, we're open to other ideas. So we're not, again, we don't want to come to you or to the public with anything that's pre-baked or even half-baked. We want input from everybody who's interested in providing input.
Right. I want to make sure we get the input on ideas that are coming from council members as well, because this has been a point of friction before, where even there's opportunities for future input, but we're told that wasn't the right way to do it, so we're going to do it a different way. This is the different way. I'm making sure that we are active and clear in the expected process so we don't get blindsided again in the future by the mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll add to that I think we can put that in writing so that it is more clear, because it's not, as I'm leaving it right now, there's not the clarity that it should have. So I think we'll do that and then forward it to the council. Yes, sir.
Great, thank you. Any other burning questions that are going to necessitate an extension of this report time again? Great, thank you so much. Perhaps there'll be follow-up via email, but I really appreciate your coming today and for your presentation. Next, we have, I got to get back to my agenda. Reports from council committees, Committee on Council Processes. Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make colleagues and the public aware of a few things that the Committee on Council Processes have been working on, and they are as follows. We're looking at moving the general provisions regarding boards and commissions in the municipal code from Section 2.08 Executive Branch to Section 2.12 Boards, Commissions, and Councils. Number 2, we're looking at allowing for discussion at first reading. Number 3, we're looking at allowing a consent agenda for certain items that require a vote but are not substantive and or controversial. And number 4, we're looking at whether or not we might require a council member to sponsor each item of legislation that appears on the agenda of a regular session. So if colleagues who are not on the committee have any feedback, please contact a committee member. And same for members of the public if you have concern or interest in these. The committee is comprised of myself, council members Flaherty, Daley, and Zulik. Of course, that committee makeup may change in January, but I want to make sure everybody knew what we're working on. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any council member questions for Councilmember Piedmont Smith and the Committee on Council Processes? All right, seeing none, we will move along down our agenda to reports from the public. So this is our first period of public comment. If there's a member of the public who is interested in making a comment on an item that is not on our agenda tonight, if you are here in person, you can go ahead and make your way to the podium. There should be a sign-in sheet, and you can sign in and then state your name for the record, and you would have up to 3 minutes. If you're on Zoom, please raise your hand using the reactions tab, or you can send a chat message to the host. And I do see somebody approaching the podium, so we'll go ahead and start here in chambers. When you've signed in and are ready, is the timer all set? Wonderful, thank you so much. Go ahead and begin with your name.
Thank you, Madam President. This is Christopher M.G. from the Greater Bloomington Chamber of Commerce. You know, I wanted to I could talk about several different issues that are sort of affecting this community, but that being the last meeting of the fiscal and calendar year, I want to do a little bit of reflection from a chamber business perspective. I want to first acknowledge the council's ongoing work on outcome-based budgeting. It has been a process, and it's been a very gradual one and at times challenging, slow, but the effort continues to move forward. Outcome-based budgeting is a noble endeavor, one that strengthens accountability, clarifies priorities, and helps ensure public resources are aligned with measurable goals. It's not easy, it's necessary, and when we have to do less with less, essential. I also want to recognize the broader fiscal and council processes undertaken this year. Councilmember Piedmont Smith mentioned it's, I think, usually my favorite hour within the council. The willingness to dig into the details, wrestle with some trade-offs, engage in discussion outside the regular session has been vital and a really big council benefit, I believe. Those additional conversations, whether they're committee work sessions or smaller settings, have helped clarify a lot of issues before they reach this room, and that matters. And before I go further, I just want to kind of briefly acknowledge sort of my role in this space with the chamber. It's work I take very seriously, but I don't take myself seriously. I genuinely enjoy the never-ending cycle of local government, including our brethren at the county, the clash of personalities, the strong opinions, the long and even longer meetings, and the imperfect process of trying to muddle through this. I do this work because I want the city to succeed. In fact, as my family have formally begun house hunting, one of our non-negotiables is staying within Bloomington's incorporated boundaries. That's not accidental. This is more than a job, but rather reflects a long-term commitment to this community that I have confidence in their future. You know, I also want to acknowledge the deliberation meetings. While they have not been perfect, see last week, they are a step in the right direction. Creating space for the council members to talk through issues with one another, for the public to better understand the different perspectives, strengthens transparency and leads to better outcomes. I truly believe that these conversations are a very effective and clear way to sort of visualize and talk about the goals that members want to accomplish in a timely and wise fashion, and that our progress is measurable. This year has not been without our challenges, and I hopefully next year we can get those different disagreements and tough conversations to a better position. But those disagreements is not a failure. In many cases, it reflects the council cares deeply about the right thing. Thank you for your service this year in navigating a very challenging landscape. And I'll see you in 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who would like to make a public comment during this period? Do we have any hands raised on Zoom?
Yes, there's one.
Wonderful. Let's go ahead and go to Zoom then. When you're unmuted, you can state your name for the record, and then you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Paul Rousseau. I would like to thank Council Members Rollo, Ruff, and Stossberg for holding monthly meetings with groups of Bloomington citizens. I wish that every member of the council did the same. I also wish that 5 minutes were allowed for public comments as existed last year. Meanwhile, for the past few days, I've been appalled by how many of the sidewalks in Bloomington have been left unshoveled by irresponsible property owners, thereby leaving hapless pedestrians to trudge through snow and ice. A large part of the problem is that the current municipal code is outdated. Title VI covers snow removal. Section 6720 provides details about code enforcement and fines for non-compliance. The initial penalty is only $50. A second violation is $100. If all subsequent violations occur, a fine of $150. That ordinance was written in July of 2014. The City of Bloomington analysis found that the median home value in 2015 was $173,000. Over the past few months, in comparison, the median home value has varied between $300,000 and $375,000, depending on when and by whom the analysis was done. It seems accurate to say that the housing market in Bloomington has doubled since 2014. Therefore, I request that the City Council amend the code and double the snow removal fines. Finally, a few days ago, I was using Google Maps, and I accidentally discovered that the street views of the neighborhood just west of the stadium are several years out of date. What I saw on my computer screen was the ghost of a livable, walkable neighborhood with abundant old trees and low-density houses and businesses with generous setbacks. In other words, it was a real neighborhood with front yards. What exists today are monstrous mega student development projects, a term used by the Director of Housing just earlier this evening. These are ugly 4-story buildings that crowd the sidewalks so as to squeeze every bit of profit out of the land. It is really sad to see Bloomington selling its soul to the paradigm of continual growth. I think we are actually on the verge of declining university enrollments due to declining birth rates and due to our friends with the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. It seems to me that IU probably sees this coming, and they are externalizing their temporary need for housing onto the city. Absent increasing enrollments, Bloomington does not need more people. We need to figure out how to shield ourselves from the intrusion of the capitalist marketplace instead of submitting to it and thereby betraying future generations. This is a long overdue conversation. I think that growth is killing Bloomington, not nurturing it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other hands raised on Zoom? And I don't see anybody moving in chambers, so we will carry on down our agenda. We don't have any appointments to boards and commissions tonight. We don't have any legislation for first readings, so we'll go right into legislation for second readings.
I move that ordinance 2025-19 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
Thank you. Since we're all here, we can do a voice vote on this. It's been moved and seconded to introduce ordinance 2025-19. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Will the clerk please read?
Ordinance 2025-19 to amend Title 15 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Removal and Impound of Vehicles regarding Chapters 15.48 and 15.52, updating permissible towing and storage charges for authorized towing services. The synopsis is as follows. Ordinance 2025-19 updates the maximum charges authorized towing services may collect when performing city-initiated tows to reflect more accurately the costs associated with towing services and current market pricing.
Thank you so much.
I move that ordinance 2025-19 be adopted.
Second.
Thank you so much. As a note, as I said earlier, this is technically a third reading on this item, and at our regular session a couple weeks ago, we did adopt Amendment 1, which was included in the packet. Who's here to present from the city? And of course, last time we had an extensive discussion around this. So go ahead, please state your name for the record.
Good evening, Anadina Casamanian, Assistant City Attorney for the City of Bloomington. At the last council meeting, I had the opportunity to present proposed legislation under Title 15 of the Bloomington Municipal Code, which, distinct from Title 4, covers police and city-initiated towing. Tonight, we're here again to discuss Title 15, and I'm here with police-contracted towing companies and with Sergeant Jacob Hunter to answer any questions you may have regarding Title 15.
Thank you. And I do have an amendment on this one. Does council want to talk about the amendment first, or do you have questions about the ordinance as it's presented to us? I don't see any questions, so I'm going to pass the gavel to my vice president.
All right, so we have an amendment. Just to remind everybody, Amendment 1 was adopted 2 weeks ago, and I believe we have another amendment. Councilmember Strasburg.
Yeah, I'd like to move Amendment 4 to Ordinance 2025-19.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Strasburg, could you please tell us what the amendment is about?
Yeah, so the amendment that I proposed last week, if you recall, I had a concern with two things. I had a concern with when the storage fees are to be charged. It's currently 24 hours. The ordinance, as it's proposed, moves it to 12. I wanted to move that back to 24 hours. And that seemed to not be an issue last week in terms of my amendment, but I also had a concern about the business hours not being defined in the ordinance, but like saying that, you know, additional fees could be charged outside of business hours, but not having any concept of what business hours would be. So in terms of those two changes, and I included a memo, by the way, in the packet addendum yesterday, sections 2 and 3 of my amendment deal with those two things. And the phrase that we agreed upon with legal was to refer the business hours to be defined in the police contract. And that seemed to be okay with everybody, and that was kind of discussed last time too, actually, in terms of, and the folks who were present said, yeah, like we can work that out, and the police department said, yeah, we can make sure that that is in the contract, so it's like clearly defined for everybody. And then the first section of this actually comes at the request of the administration to change the word officer to member of the Bloomington Police Department, in acknowledgement that sometimes non-sworn officers are respondents in different cases, including things like vehicular accidents, and so they might be the person in charge in those situations. And also there was also the question last week, if you remember, there was another amendment that was never introduced last week that had to do with payment of fees, and those changes were made because of state code updates. And so this was just another section that had been they forgot to change that section. So I hope that was clear. Does anybody have any questions for me about it?
Are there questions about Amendment 4 to Ordinance 2025-19? Okay, I don't see any. I guess we can go ahead and go to the public. Is there any member of the public who would like to speak to the amendment just reviewed by Councilmember Stossberg to the amendment to Ordinance 2025-19? I don't see anybody in chambers getting up to speak to the amendment. And I see a shake of the head from our staff, so nobody online has raised a hand. So we can come back to the council. Are there any final comments on the amendment? Councilmember Daley.
Just thank you. I know we had a really extensive conversation about this last week, and it caused a lot of hand-wringing. So I'm really happy with these changes. Thank you very much. I'm happy to support this.
Councilmember Stossberg.
Thank you. I hope by lack of questions and comments, others are also willing to support this. I want to send a thank you out to staff, legal, and the police department who helped refine this language over the last couple weeks, and also our council staff who helped prepare documents. Thanks.
Any other comments? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on Amendment 4 to Ordinance 2025-19?
Councilmember Flaherty?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Stossberg?
Yes.
Daley?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, that amendment is adopted by a vote of 9-0, and I'll hand back the gavel.
Thank you so much.
Madam Chair,
Yes. Councilmember Rallo, or Ruff. Sorry.
yeah, I would like to introduce Amendment 5. I'm not sure if this is the time to do it. I've shared that amendment with everybody. It's in your inbox, it should be, with my fellow council members. I think the city legal has, I've discussed it with. And
Okay, so we have a motion to introduce Amendment 5 that is in our inboxes, and it looks like it is shown up on the big screen right now. Do we have a second for that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Councilmember Ruff, do you want to talk about your amendment?
yeah, very briefly, in talking with, over the past few days, some of the business members involved in both non-consensual tows and the tows that under Title 15 that this is dealing with. This amendment adds the ability for the towing companies, the towing businesses, to have a $25 administrative fee that's separate from the physical cost of the physical tow. And I think the amendment's entirely consistent with the whole purpose of the ordinance, in that the purpose of the ordinance is to bring fees and rates up to date and to reflect real costs of doing the tows. And based on my conversations with folks doing the tows from the businesses, I became convinced that there are costs, administrative costs, that are just not captured, not reflected by the changes that are proposed in the ordinance, changes outside of this. And not being someone who's involved in the business, I won't probably be the best person to try to answer questions, but I think during the comment section of public comment, we should be hearing from folks who will do a much better job than I could do at explaining as was explained to me over the past several days, why this is justified, fair, needed, and reflective of the reality on the ground. And finally, I'll add that my understanding is that both the sheriff's office for the county, who manages the county-initiated tows, and the IU and Indiana University for their tows explicitly allow in their language this fee, a $25 administrative fee, separated out, broken out, itemized out of the actual tow itself. If folks have some questions for me, I will try to answer as best I can at this point, but I think we'll definitely be hearing from folks who are professionals in the business and who will make the case that, that this is necessary and fair.
Questions for Councilmember Ruff from council members? Councilmember Zulik?
Thank you. How did you identify $25 as the cost?
Sorry, I can barely
Sorry.
hear you.
How did you identify $25 as the cost for?
Well, in my discussions with the towing businesses, my understanding was that was actually something that when they were initially solicited for input from the city to the upcoming changes that were going to be worked on and done and introduced, this was actually a number and a cost that was brought up and didn't make its way into what we finally saw in the proposal for the ordinance changes. And initially, my understanding again is initially the businesses didn't feel like it was something that they were going to push for harder again, but since that time, in the past several months, there have been some changes in state auditing processes of the towing businesses and their tows, and some additional city administrative demands that have caused them to rethink not really pushing to have this as part of the changes, this $25 administrative fee. So I think we'll probably hear more about that when people have an opportunity to speak, but $25 was it might be the number, it might actually be the number that the city, that the county and IU also have identified as what they allow or what they admit for this fee.
Okay, but that's unconfirmed. That's not confirmed?
Maybe someone can confirm it when we get up, but that's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there other council member questions for Councilmember Ruff? Councilmember Piedmont Smith?
Yes, so the ordinance as amended without this new amendment already allows for an administrative towing fee of $25 to the city. And so this would add another $25 going to the towing company, is that right? It would be both assessed?
Yes, so that fee that goes to the city that I believe that the BPD charges before a person can go get their car from the towing agents, that goes to, that's a charge, almost like a traffic ticket to the city. The towing business has nothing to do with that. That's what you pay the city through BPD to get the form that you need to take to get your car released, I believe. That's my understanding. So yeah, this is separate. This is purely for the administrative burden on the businesses.
Okay, I have another question. But.
Are there other first-round questions for Councilmember Ruff? Okay, I have a question. Do you know what these fees are actually for?
Yeah, well, for example, I do have a couple brought up for that were articulated to me. So, for example, Bloomington City, I'll give one example for the Title 15 type tow, city initiated towing versus Title IV non-consensual private towing. So Bloomington City Parking Enforcement. Any tows impounded from Bloomington Parking Enforcement must verify amount of ticket accumulation for release. Vehicles cannot be released until all parking tickets in collection have been paid in full or payment arrangements made. Our business office, being the private tow, not the city, our business office is responsible for getting collection charges collected from said amount from form emailed from Bloomington City Parking. We must obtain copies and confirm paid amounts from collection agency before vehicle can be released. Once we've confirmed this amount, request to be paid, then we can release vehicle to registered owner. So this is some administrative process that the business undertakes, and that's an example that was described to me.
Is there a fee for acquiring that information from the city?
For acquiring that information?
Yeah, like is there a direct fee for
Well,
acquiring that? Like does the city
Well, some
charge
tows-
the tows company, the tow
Some tows
companies
would
for
have paid
that?
the $25 to the BPD, but for this, there's no payment. The only payment is from the person getting their car to the towing business.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, so it sounds like in that message that you just read, the tow company needs to confirm that payment was made on those tickets.
That's my
So
understanding.
basically, they have to like look something up. So what I'm asking is there a fee charged to the tow company for asking the city for that confirmation and information? And I kind of see the clerk
yeah.
motioning over there, and I
Yeah, I
don't
don't
know if
believe
maybe
so, but I don't know.
because this is probably like the clerk's office that deals with all of these tickets and things. So is there a fee for that information exchange?
We don't always deal with these, but the form that is issued by parking enforcement, no, I don't believe that the towing companies have to pay for that. I believe usually the person who's gotten their vehicle towed is responsible for getting the form from parking enforcement and bringing it over to the towing company so they can verify it. Parking enforcement can generally look in T2, which is the program that we use for parking enforcement and tracking citations and permits and those sorts of things. So it will list the license plate with any citations that have been issued and are outstanding. The form itself lists the amount as opposed to the ticket numbers themselves, which could be problematic if they appeal those tickets in the middle of that step, but I think that's something that can be handled on the
Okay.
back end.
But there's no fees associated with any of that exchange of information?
No.
Okay, thank you. Other first round questions? Councilmember Piedmont Smith, you said you had a second round?
Yeah, just reading the ordinance, it's like, there's a fee for this, then there's a fee for that, and if this, then there's other fee, and this and this. It just, starts rattling your brain and makes it sound like a bank with all these hidden fees. So I'm wondering whether it was considered to add this $25 in to just the towing fee, so that we have one less fee to list here, so that it's more straightforward to the vehicle owners.
Yeah, my understanding in talking with the businesses was that would be an acceptable approach, but less desirable, because with my understanding is they feel like they would like to have a breakdown so that people see of what the costs are, what they're paying, what it's going towards, and that breaking out of the administrative component as opposed to the actual physical tow itself is an important thing for their business and their public engagement. I think they felt like with their customers or with the people who they're working with. So that's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions? All right, I have a second round question too. I'm wondering if there's a staff opinion on this amendment, or I mean, we have our assistant city attorney here, we have a police department representative, we have representative from ESD. all of you want to come forward and they're having a debate over there for folks on Zoom. They're not sure who's going to have to come up and give an opinion on this for me. Thank you.
Thank you. And Adina Casamanian from the City of Bloomington, Assistant City Attorney. This is new, so I haven't had time to really consider it. So that's my opinion, and I don't know if ESD or anybody else has any other opinions or any other tow companies. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Councilmember Ruff?
I would like to make sure people do know, it was 11th hour, but I did reach out to legal, and we did have a discussion, and I appreciate your responsiveness to my outreach for input from you, so thank you.
Would you like to clarify or?
No, yes, I did. We did talk, and so I am aware of it, but it wasn't brought up during any of our conversations when we were considering proposed legislation for Title 15 in the last, few months. So I did explain that to Councilmember Ruff. But yes, we did. It's new today. I found out about it today. So, and we did talk about it just briefly.
And you don't have a position on it or an opinion on it, or?
I don't have an opinion or a position.
Okay.
No.
Any other staff members want to? If you could state your name for the record.
Dee Del Rosa, Assistant Director for Small Business Development, ESD. Once again, I literally just saw and heard about this when I walked into council chambers, so I haven't had time to review it. I would like to have confirmation as to what county and IU does as far as this administration fee, so I can have some informed input on it. But at this time, because of the lack of time to review this, I don't really have a position on it.
Okay, thank you. Any other council member questions about Amendment 5? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and go to public comment. So this would be just public comment related to Amendment 5 to Ordinance 2025-19. Is there anybody in chambers who would like to speak to Amendment 5? Thank you. Go ahead. There's a sign-in sheet. Go ahead and sign in and then state your name for the record. And then you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Cody Chandler. I own Chandler Automotive and Towing. This fee is allowed to be charged at IU, and county also lets us charge this fee. They call it a service fee, but we are allowed to charge that. The reasoning for this charge is there's specific requirements on release of each of these vehicles. So these are impounds. So there's an administrative duty on each one of them. For Bloomington parking, we actually determine the paid tickets. The city doesn't do that. We confirm that on our end. So we get the form, it'll have a number on it, and then we are the ones that make sure they pay the collection. So it's on us that they pay those collection fees. On the non-consensual side, the record-keeping requirements are separate from normal record-keeping requirements.
We're not talking about the non-consensual side right now because we're just on Title 15.
But that, as far as on the city-initiated, that's the reason why. There's specific requirements.
Thank you.
Yep.
We have another person coming forward in chambers. So go ahead and state your name for the record, and then you'll have up to 3 minutes. Thank you for signing in.
Hi, Ken Parrish, Ken's Westside Service and Towing here in Bloomington. Thank you again for the opportunity to be able to do some of your towing with the city. We appreciate it. I would just like to clarify some of the fees and charges that you're talking about. The $25 administration fee that the City of Bloomington Police Department charges, generally those fees are only charged if there is an initiation of investigation or something like that. So just because your car got towed by BPD doesn't mean you have to go get a release form from the City of Bloomington. Not all of those fees, not everybody gets that $25 fee. Only the ones that were under investigation that they have to investigate or something like that, okay? I'm just giving you real world specs of it. If you guys have any questions for me, I can answer that. The administration fee for us to conduct that are a lot with the City of Bloomington towing ordinance where they get city tickets. And he was, another gentleman mentioned that we confirm the fees that the person had to pay for their parking tickets, which means we have to call the city. We sit on line, we sit on hold, we wait. We have to go from not only from the city to see if they've paid them, but have their tickets also went to collections. So then we have to call and find out who the collections agency is on it, confirm with them. Then we have to call back. There's a lot of hours, and sometimes when the parking tickets and stuff, it can be a real mess. The city, unfortunately, needs to work on getting that collaboration a little bit better back and forth between us so that we don't have to do all the confirming. We towed it because you had parking tickets. We didn't go look for it. We didn't chase you down. We didn't do that. The city called us to come and get it because they were in violation. With that being said, we as the towing company have to now do all that work trying to get back and forth. No, they did not charge us a fee, but there is a lot of time invested by trying to get a hold of all these people to confirm that they've had all these tickets paid. I personally think there's also more stuff that goes in with it also. State regulation requires us to file a 72-hour notice anytime we tow anything in, whether it's towed in by you guys, whether they're, whatever the condition it was towed in. Those are fees incurred to us that's not even on here. That's more administration fees that we pay out of our pocket, plus the person in the office having to file that paperwork. Then if they don't respond after the 72 hours, then we also have to notify the state again and all the lien holders and everybody else that we have your car or the parent, whoever the lien holder or the title holder of the car is. Those are a lot of fees that we incur ourselves that we don't also get to charge. And in all honesty, the $25 is cheap, but we're willing to make it at that point. A lot of places let us charge up to $50 to $75 for administration fees. I don't think we're really asking for that much. If you guys have any other questions, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Do we have any hands raised on Zoom right now for this public? Okay, wonderful. It looks like we have somebody else in person. Go ahead and sign in, state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi. Sorry, hi, I'm Cameron Mizell. I'm with Blaine's Record Service. In reference to a question that was asked, if there's any direct, fee for us to get information from the city, no, there's not. But there are very indirect costs with us. It is a lot of labor. It's very intensive to handle the impound process whenever a vehicle is towed by the police. And that's the cost does not get reimbursed even by the $25. There's title searches, certified letters we have to send out, sometimes 2, 3, 4 per vehicle at $9 a piece that come up. So the $25, while it is appreciated, doesn't nearly cover the cost, but it would be definitely appreciated in the addition of this. The time that it takes is a real consideration because we do spend a lot of time in office and a lot of people to make sure that someone legitimately gets their vehicle back to the right person, especially in a very student-centered town. You run into a lot of situations where you're dealing with not the registered owner. We have to contact the registered owner, sometimes in a different state. So there is a lot of, like I said, time, and time has value as well. So I fully support the $25 for that reason.
Thank you. Anybody raise their hand on Zoom? Anybody else in council chambers who wants to speak to Amendment 5? All right, seeing none, that's going to come back to council. Is there council comments on this? Council member, sorry.
I might have missed something. So I totally understand the argument being made, and then I understood the comments made by the public. But can somebody help me understand something I'm missing? Because all the examples that were given seem to be not examples of consensual towing, but rather like when somebody's getting a ticket or something. Doesn't that fall under the next thing that we're talking about, not under Title 15?
Councilmember Ruff, do you want to explain why you have that under Title 15? Does anybody maybe from the police department want to talk about why these fees might come with a police-initiated tow?
I think probably city legal might want to talk about the difference between Title 5, Title 15, and Title 4.
That's what I missed, yeah.
If you could. Well, let's go ahead and, just in case there are other people who also might have confusion about this, because if there's anything I learned as a teacher, one person's question is usually another person's question.
I'm
So-
Sergeant Jacob Hunter with the
Thank
Bloomington
you.
Police, and I know from the police department perspective, as far as this administrative fee, I know it may help the tow companies when it comes to parking enforcement and their tows, but I can say from the police department's perspective, we have a form that any vehicle that we tow under our authority, so if it's not a what we call a private tow, where the owner is actually requesting the tow truck to come get their car, say, from a traffic accident. If we tow it under our authority, basically the owner doesn't want it towed, but we're going to tow it, we'll fill out a tow form. We take that tow form, turn it into our records department. In order for the vehicle to be released, that said individual, owner or operator, has to show up to BPD, and we fill out the rest of this tow form, which then gets given to them or sent to the tow company for the release of that vehicle. So that shows the tow companies that, per the police department, you are allowed to release this vehicle to them. I see their argument as far as under parking, because I know there's some frustration with that, but from the police department perspective, I don't see any reason for the fee itself.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember, sorry, does that answer your question about the difference between the two? Wonderful. Other council member, I thought that we were on comment, but maybe any last questions? Is a question or a comment, Doc? Okay. Any questions? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
So I'm a little confused by what Sergeant Hunter just said. So there is already in the ordinance the $25 administrative fee that goes to BPD for, the time it takes to fill out the forms. And then I believe I heard him say that he sees no reason for the tow company to have an administrative fee. Did I understand that correctly? And if so, could you please elaborate?
I just say from the police department perspective, because the example given for this administrative fee, we eliminate that. They don't have to communicate with us to wonder whether or not the vehicle can be released. We give that form to them, and we make sure it's given to them through the citizen or through the vehicle owner.
Okay, I see. But the arguments given through the public comment that they still have to make sure that there are no outstanding parking tickets or other related fines against that vehicle owner, that's still valid. I mean, that's still extra work on their part.
That's a valid issue when it comes to parking, because obviously parking's no longer with police or under the police department. So from my understanding, just from my interaction with the public and the work, parking enforcement, say they tow a vehicle for unpaid tickets, the same frustration that that everyone's been told at council tonight has been explained to me, to where it's an issue of them trying to get confirmation that all fees are paid to parking. We don't have that issue because we clearly have that form sent over to the tow company for the vehicle to be released. So they rarely have to call us to be like, hey, can this vehicle be released? The frustration that they're having is the parking enforcement issue. I can't speak to that in their process, but I know from the police department standpoint, we are very open with them as far as the vehicle being released or can it not be. The administrative fee that you asked about for us, there are key components or key times when we don't charge that, like recovered stolen vehicles. So say someone's car is stolen and we find it on the south side of Bloomington. We call the tow company to come pick it up. They still have to come to us to get a tow form completed or signed saying we're releasing it, but we don't charge that fee for those types of issues. We also have the ability to override that fee, so a supervisor can do that for that administrative fee on our end. In case circumstances come up and so on, we can always override that. But that's the answer for if that enlightens you on the $25 fee for us for the city.
Can I ask a follow-up? So Mr. Parrish was saying that the $25 fee is only charged if there's an investigation initiated. Is that how does investigation?
Typically, that could be very wide. as far as what can entail. So that could be as simple as a traffic stop. Say a driver's arrested, the vehicle's in the roadway, we obviously can't leave it there, so we tow it under our authority. We fill out the tow form. When they come to pick the vehicle up, they have to pay that $25 fee. Again, like I said, like the recovered stolen vehicles, we don't charge for that. Other circumstances, we can override that fee if we need to, but that's typically what those fees would come from.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? All right, Councilmember Zulik, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. I just want to say thank you to all of the representatives from the tow companies that came out to speak with us today. I actually was planning on voting no against this, but after hearing what you all had to say, I'm going to vote yes. So I just want everyone in the room to know that activism works, and so does public speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other councilmember comments? Councilmember Flaherty?
Yeah, I'm going to vote no. I feel some uncertainty about it. The lateness of it, I know a colleague has acknowledged, is like part of it. The challenge with this, including the first time we heard it in 2020, is that we're talking about setting a reasonable overall level for towing with respect to a set of business decisions that we have very little insight into. We can talk to folks all we want, but like this forum is not a good place to like work through the nitty gritty of like the business costs and what's reasonable. And I guess my view is like, ultimately we need to set like a reasonable level overall. This is an increase, this is what these ordinances are about. And how folks run their businesses and how they manage costs, of which there are many, no doubt, is up to them. And we hope we set it at a level that is viable for businesses to do the business in a non sort of extractive or usurious way, right? That's the principle, I guess, and I feel like that's what the fee is about, and that's what the update was about, and I'm open to it needing to be higher than what was proposed in this ordinance coming from staff, but like I'm not in a position now to be able to make that determination with any type of confidence, and for that reason, I don't feel like I can reasonably vote vote yes on the amendment. So I just wanted to explain my thinking on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Other councilmember comment on Amendment 5? Councilmember Ruff.
Yeah, I know that some staff asked for verification of the IU and the county allowing a service fee or administrative fee that's for this purpose, this specific purpose. I'm pretty sure that I'd be surprised if that's not accurate, if I've been told something wrong, and if one of the speakers confirmed that, one of the towing company representatives said that is the case. It is allowed by the city and I mean by the county and by IU. Plus, to Mr. Flaherty's point, I believe, I looked into this a little bit, and I believe the county allows 200, the tow cost when the fees are all added up is about 210 or 215. IU's is the same, and the cities will be, I think, 200 at this, so it'll be less. And this administrative fee, which I believe is allowed by the county and by IU, brings it actually closer to what the amount is for the city, for the county and for IU tows. That's all I want to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Other councilmember comment? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yeah, I'm also uneasy about approving this for the same reasons that Councilmember Flaherty stated. It seems like this is something that our staff is more, the staff in not just the city legal department, but the Economic and Sustainable Development Department, who actually works with businesses and would have a better insight into, what is reasonable. And could verify these comparisons that we're hearing tonight. They're in a much better position to make a recommendation, and this was not part of the recommendation that the city staff brought us in the ordinance itself. So I am quite hesitant to approve it just on, the basis of kind of hearsay at this point. Not that I don't trust everybody's, input tonight, but it doesn't seem like a solid basis on which to make a decision. So I'm not sure about supporting this amendment tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Other council member comment? Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Thank you. I would just like to echo what Councilmember Piedmont Smith said. I understand it's just sometimes we have really late amendments, but I do not feel like I know enough to vote yes on this. So for now, I am a no vote.
Other council member comment? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and take a turn at council member comment. I'm actually, I'm also a no vote on this. I think that this kind of, in terms of dealing with the parking tickets and the clerk, I feel like that's something that, as Councilmember Flaherty said, should be kind of built into other business expenses. And then in terms of some of those other fees that, and I appreciate the gentleman who spoke with me a couple weeks ago after the meeting about this. And as one of the public commenters said, state regulations require 72-hour notices, which means that, there might be fees, but they might not accrue until multiple hours afterwards. And so to be able to give all companies this like immediate ability to charge this extra $25 fee, I'm really opposed to that without any other, it doesn't say that they need to be itemized to actually meet actual fees that the tow companies are charged for having to, pay money to look up information or access databases or anything like that. It's just this kind of flat fee. And that, to me, means that this $25 could just get dumped on top of every single tow by every single company every time that happens. And once again, I'm going to bring up what I brought up last week about predatory towing. And, I appreciate that there's some honest tow companies out there, but we also need to remember that there are a whole lot of predatory tow companies out there. And those predatory tow companies take advantage of our residents, especially our student population, especially our visitor population, and especially our population that might not be able to very carefully and strictly read our city code to figure out all of these things and to realize that they can complain about inappropriate towing. So I am a no vote on this, and I really urge my colleagues to not approve this additional fee unless there were lots more places to protect residents in terms of itemizing and really understanding it. And I'll also second the concern that I think Councilmember Piedmont Smith mentioned in terms of our staff recommendations and things, consulting with staff around this sort of fee issue. So thank you. If there are no other councilmember comments and seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on Amendment 5 to Ordinance 2025-19?
Councilmember Ruff?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
No.
Stossberg?
No.
Daley?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
No.
Asari?
Yes?
Flaherty?
No.
Wait a second, I lost count.
5-4. 5-4-0.
That was 5-4
Yes.
passed, right?
In favor, yeah.
All right, so that amendment passes 5-4. All right, that brings us back to Ordinance 2025-19 as amended. Are there council member questions on it as amended? Is there public comment on it? So now this is like public comment on the entire ordinance as it's been amended by 3 amendments, Amendment 1, Amendment 4, and Amendment 5. So this, this also includes like the original ordinance, which does have some things in it that have not been covered in the amendments. So I see somebody in chambers already signing in. Please state your name for the record, and then you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Jacob Padawan. I'm with Tow Time Towing and Recovery. I don't tow for, again, the police here in this town. I tow in other towns, but I did want to kind of help with that uneven vote. I do believe the $25 administrative fee is a good thing on that side, as she was concerned with, was slapping that on every single tow. These guys tow cars all the time, have a lot less abandoned cars than paid cars, but at the same time, I was hoping to give you guys some numbers. I can tell you that Indiana Lean is a company that a lot of us use, at least I do now. It's $130 to $210 on average, depending on what state that vehicle is registered in. That's what every guy here is paying on every vehicle that we have for 72 hours out of our own pocket. So with that administrative fee being slapped on every single car, it's still barely averaging enough money to cover just that cost alone for the amount of abandoned cars that we do get. So I just wanted to kind of stand up for them and let you guys know that that's what it costs. I used to do it in-house. In-house was a $100 a year prescription plus a $5 for every single VIN check. When it comes down to the car being abandoned and you have to put the ad in a newspaper to let the vehicle or let the public know the car is going to be up for auction, it costs roughly $7.50 per car to list it in said auction in the newspaper. An auctioneer fee to sell that junk vehicle, if it sells at all or not, is $75 per car on average. A junk certificate, if the car is left behind and you use Indiana Lean to file a junk certificate, which is how we have to legally get permission from the state to dispose of a vehicle after it's been abandoned and not sold at the auction. That is, again, another $60 fee accrued by the tow company themselves just to get rid of a car. That's going to bring us back roughly $180 to $260 from the junkyard. So we end up with a lot of cost, roughly about $600 invested in every single abandoned car. So I hope that helps you put it in perspective, because you are right. You don't have to do any of these things until it's pretty much 72 hours. You have to do it within 72 hours. So you are right. It doesn't have to be done on day one, but the amount of cars that get picked up on day one that pay that fee is how we can afford to do it on day three for the cars that are not picked up. And I hope that helps.
Thank you. Looks like we have another comment in here. Has anybody raised a hand on Zoom? Okay, go ahead and sign in.
I've already signed in once.
State your name for the record, and then you'll have up to 3
Ken
minutes.
Parrish with Ken's Westside Service and Towing. Just about the 72-hour, I don't think you guys understand the clarification on that. The 72-hour notice means that the owner, lien holder, or occupant of the vehicle has to have notice in their hand within 72 hours, not filed within 72 hours. So generally, the same day filing when we get the car in is when we send it out, because you have to send certified letters and notifications to the owner of the vehicle. The 72-hour notice, which is required by the state of Indiana, has to be in their hand within 72 hours, not just us filing the paper. Okay, so those fees generally are accrued the very same day the vehicle comes in, because a lot of these vehicles are abandoned, or they get towed away from an accident. They may be, who knows, in the hospital. They may have got arrested. They may have this. The actual owner of the car may not know that that car has been impounded. It may be the lien holder. It may be the parent. It may be whoever. And if we don't file that letter within 72 hours, within reason, and they receive it, we cannot charge more than 72 hours worth of it. So if it's there for 30 days before the lien holder finally comes to get it, if they didn't get my letter, I get to charge 3 days. I don't get to charge 33 days. See what I'm saying? We have to give legal notification, and it has to be in their hand within 72 hours, just to clarify some of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Another person in council chambers. Go ahead and state your name for the record, and then you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hey, I'm Cameron Mizell again with Blaine's Record Service. I wanted to clarify just a couple things. Councilmember Stosberg, you had an issue with predatory towing. I think everything we're talking about in Title 15 is police directed. There's a different standard. The police are allowing us to do it because we've met certain requirements. And the fee that we were asking for, like I said, is just to help cover our cost. It is also in line with what the county allows us to charge, as well as IUPD. I know you need to seek further clarification, but just another person to tell you that it is as well, $25 for those. I appreciate the opportunity to tow for the city of Bloomington, and it's been really insightful this year, being able to learn kind of the different things with the city, because we hadn't done it forever. So we're back on there, and it's great to be able to do it. And I just wanted to just, we try to do everything legitimately, and I hate to get bulked in with people who don't. And I get really, just passionate about it, because we do try to do everything by the law, by the book. We're transparent about our pricing. We try to itemize everything out with us. I understand your concerns because I've seen both sides. And I completely understand the apprehension. Before I was in towing, I thought, tow companies were a bunch of, sleazeballs. I didn't know any better. But after the last few weeks, our services have been so necessary. The amount of hours that me and my guys have put in, it's the things that we don't think about, and I understand this is the dirty side of it. It's the money no one wants to pay. And I get that completely, and I understand it. We're just asking to be able to charge what we're worth on the things that the police are asking us to do. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there other public comments on ordinance 2025-19 as amended? Any hands ended up raised on Zoom? Okay. I think that brings us back to council member comment then on the ordinance as amended. Is there any council member comment? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, I do think that, we need to allow towing companies to charge what it costs them to do the work. Overall, I believe this has been a very frustrating thing for me to review as a council member, this ordinance as well as the next one on our agenda, because I feel like we received incomplete information from city staff in order to really put this in context and understand all the details. I'm still confused about the 72-hour thing that the state mandates. I just feel like we were given a very short memo to go with the changes. Then we were given another very short memo that went with in the packet for this week. And there were several questions that I had raised even before the first reading, or before the second reading, that were not clarified in a timely manner. And so I find that this whole process has provided the council with insufficient context and information to understand the changes and to approve the changes. Now that we have drawn it out to a third reading, and there have been a lot of emails back and forth, and our staff and legal staff and other people have chimed in, I do feel better about it. I do understand it well enough that I feel like I can vote on it. But I would ask the legal department and the related folks in economic development who speak with our private companies that have licenses with the city to please be more careful and inclusive in the future. I don't understand why, for example, the amendment by Councilmember Ruff was apparently something that towing companies wanted to see and apparently had stated earlier, but somehow it didn't get to staff. I don't know what failure of communication there was there and whether there was anybody's fault, but I just encourage staff to remember that we are all generalists up here. We do not know, we don't have parts of Indiana State Code memorized. We do not know how towing companies work usually. We need a lot of context in order to understand and make good decisions. So I just encourage them to provide more of that in the future. But that said, I thank everybody for coming out and speaking. I have learned a lot, and I will be supporting the ordinance tonight. Thank you.
Other council member comment? Councilmember Flaherty.
Yeah, just very briefly, earlier this evening when a report was being given about the process committee, an item that was discussed is the possibility of requiring a council member sponsor for all items of legislation in the future. Some other cities do that. is something I'm interested in exploring. And one of the potential positives, that could come from that is getting somebody's eyes from the council perspective on legislation before it actually comes here, and we could hopefully address a bunch of these issues. You could have questions about, was X considered? How was this involved? It's not going to solve everything, but I think this isn't the only instance in which we've seen, I guess, legislation coming from the administration. No disrespect intended, but we've really had to tediously work through things at the council level, which I think is not a good use of everyone's time. So that's just a change I want to put a plug for, because I think this is an example of one of those times this year when we could have benefited from it. Thank you.
Other council member comment? Councilmember Rallo.
Yeah, just to say I appreciate the public coming and the businesses and their informative comments. It's been very helpful.
Other council member comment? I'll go ahead and take a comment then. I'm honestly a little conflicted right now, and it seems crazy to be conflicted over a $25 fee, but I really think that it's this philosophical issue for me that if that kind of administrative fee would need to be charged, then I think that it should be, and honestly, one of the public commenters said it, that, well, they're going to charge everybody a small fee instead of just charging a fee for the people that they actually have to look stuff up for. And I think that, I really struggle with that as a concept in this kind of situation. And I really struggle with that as a concept in this kind of situation, because somebody could get towed and then literally come back to their car an hour later, call the tow company. It's required that the vehicle be available within 60 minutes of tow. We've already said, hey, they can charge a $75 out of hours fee. Car gets towed at 11 p.m. They come back for it at 11:45. They go meet the person at midnight at the soonest possible time that they could get it back, and then you can get slammed with the tow charge. The special fee charge, which I didn't actually ask a question about this, but it's how do we know if they had to do something special with the with how to tow it, and then they can get charged with the out of business hours charge, and then they can get charged with this administrative charge, even though they didn't really have to do anything for it. And I think that that's extremely problematic, that we're dumping those charges on our residents. And yeah, I acknowledge that this is for the police-initiated tows, so maybe it's a little bit different, but I'm not sure that it actually is. And one of the goals, is to try to keep these two codes, 15 and 4, in alignment. And I think this is a place that I really have a problem with putting this language into the next one because of the predatory towing issue, which I don't think happens as much with the police contract towing, because the police have contracts. And, something about this fee could be written into that contract too, that and it also sounds like some of the police-initiated contracts have to do with, this back and forth and person stuff with the clerk's office, which, takes some labor time, but some of them don't. And they don't require that kind of thing. They don't require anything, and then we put it in there anyway. So I'm extremely conflicted right now, even though it seems crazy to be conflicted over a $25 fee, because I think that it could really add up. We'll just say that it could really add up. So if there are any other council member comments? Council member, sorry.
I'll just say, and I don't know, maybe I'm just, I don't know, sleep deprived or something, but the part that I'm a little lost on in this is the functioning of this ordinance to begin with, is that we're not setting fees, we're capping them. And I think that in the cases where no fee is mentioned, that any fee could be placed on things if we're not capping them. So I'm maybe a little lost, I don't know, but I think that what we're trying to do here is actually cap. Maybe it's not the perfect tool, but from the perspective of what's presented to us, the goal is to cap what can be charged. And so I think that that's fairly clear, so I'll be voting yes for this. But again, please correct me if I'm wrong, because I seem to be lost. Thank you.
Other council member comment? I'll respond to that for like from my perspective. Yeah, it is capping it, but it's also suggesting it. So it becomes this like, oh, here's another fee that like, it's almost like you don't think about the elephant in the room until like it's in front of you. And so like that's kind of why it's like, when I was looking at state code, and that's the other thing actually why I'm kind of concerned about that fee is that in state code, and I was trying to look it up during the proceedings and I couldn't do both things at the same time and effectively look it up because state code can be a challenge. But my memory is that in state code, if they charge fees, they're supposed to itemize their fees. And so that's where it's kind of like, well, I feel like if we're gonna kind of enter this into our tow ordinance in terms of being able to recoup some of those fees, then it should be done differently. That it should be done with more deliberation, that it should be done with more like attention and understanding of what state code says about what fees they're supposed to charge and then how you're supposed to deal with it in state code. Because this is one of those like, it's like our code and state code, like they have to follow both and so I'm really concerned about that piece of it as well in terms of that. So, and I'm not sure that'll make a difference tonight because the whole thing is probably going to pass at this point, would be my guess. But I guess I'm concerned about that. And if it does pass, I guess I'm just going to be interested in talking with staff and legal about that more in terms of state code related stuff. Because I think that this is like a clumsy and far too basic way to introduce something like this that may have merit, especially for some of those cars that are there for a long time, but might also end up being problematic in ways that, our legal department didn't have time to really look at. Other council comment? All right, will the clerk please call the roll on ordinance 2025-19 as amended?
Councilmember Rallo?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Strasburg?
No.
Daly?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Sorry. Flaherty?
Yes.
And Ruff?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes 8-1. On to the next one.
I move that appropriation, no, sorry. I know, I just got signed out of my packet. Sorry. Forgive me. I move that ordinance 2025-20 be read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved to introduce ordinance 2025-20. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Will the clerk please read?
Ordinance 2025-20 to amend Chapter 4.32 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Non-Consensual Towing Business regarding updating towing license requirements and permissible towing and storage fees for non-consensual towing services under Chapter 4.32. The synopsis is as follows. Ordinance 2025-20 updates the maximum fees authorized towing services may charge when performing non-consensual towing and imposes additional requirements for licensing and operation of towing companies within the city's jurisdiction.
Thank you.
I move that ordinance 2025-20 be adopted.
Second.
Thank you. Who is here from staff to present? Thank you so much. If you could introduce yourself for the record, and the floor is yours.
For sure. Andrea De La Rosa, Assistant Director for Small Business Development, Department of Economic and Sustainable Development. These amendments, ordinance 2025-20 proposes these amendments to introduce a background check requirement for licensing, adding the name of the towing company on required signage, and requiring the towing company to display its license in a conspicuous fashion. To be consistent with Chapter 15.48 of Title 15 of the Bloomington Municipal Code for removal and impoundment of vehicles, and also for Bloomington to remain competitive with other localities, the amendments also increase the fees a licensed towing company is allowed to charge for towing, special treatment, and storage. And lastly, the amendments require payment of all storage fees for release of the vehicles and enable storage fees to begin to accrue after 12 hours at the storage facility. Thank you.
Thank you. And I also have an amendment on this one, but maybe we can do questions about the base ordinance first. Do council members have questions about the ordinance as presented? All right, seeing none, I'll pass the gavel then to Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
All right. Do we have any amendments to ordinance 2025-20? Councilmember Strasburg.
Thank you. I would like to move Amendment 3 to ordinance 2025-20.
Second.
All right. Amendment 3 has been moved and seconded. Councilmember Strasburg, please describe what this would do.
Thank you. I'm trying to actually find it in my, there we go. So the first thing it does, so the first thing it does in section 1 is add a section to the business license application to require that tow companies tell the ESD department what their business hours are and then kind of stick to them, so that, and that has to do with that fee at the end, that they can charge $75 for a fee if a vehicle is picked up outside of business hours. So then this defines business hours per the license request. It also says that offers a minimum amount of business hours of 40 business hours per week, and then having at least some hours on Saturday and Sunday, but is otherwise not defined. So, 1 hour on Saturday and 1 hour on Sunday at a time of their choosing would count toward that. People could be open several hours on the weekends and closed during a weekday because that's not necessarily prohibited, and I tried to make that language flexible, but also, that you need to have, kind of a full slate of business hours. And my understanding is that most non-consensual tows happen on Friday and Saturday nights. And so I thought that's why I put in the requirement of the weekend hours, so there's at least some possibility for people to be able to pick up their vehicles without a fee on the weekend. The other thing that section 1 does is kind of make a slight alteration to the background check that was originally presented. As it was originally presented, the background check had to be clear of formal violations from outside the jurisdiction of the city of Bloomington, and I changed the language to be they need to be free of violations from both inside and outside the jurisdiction of the city. I tried to also format this amendment so if people don't like a certain section of it, then we can strike a whole section instead of just voting no on the whole thing. Section 2 is probably the one that makes the biggest difference. So our current ordinance simply says that the signage needs to be let's see if I can find the actual phrasing, that it needs to be posted in plain view and visible to the public at each entrance and exit, and I think that is language that's not very specific. So section 2 of my amendment adds more specific language to the sign requirements in terms of sign size and material and legibility and where they're posted. So it changes the formatting of that just a wee bit too. And then the next section switches that, as it did in the first one, the storage fees accruing after 12 hours back to the 24 hours, and then adds the additional line that business hours have to be defined in the license application described further up. Are there any questions for me?
Any questions regarding the amendment that was just described? Councilmember Ruff.
Yeah, I wonder if the sponsor knows or has an idea, would the tow operator or the tow business be responsible for confirming the size of, for example, the minimum size of the sign, and if they did do a tow, and it turned out that the minimum size wasn't met of the signage, and the victim or the person who was towed came back after, would they come after the property owner or the towing company?
I think I would have to go back and read through Title IV carefully in that section, so maybe staff knows this off the top of their head, but I'm pretty sure that the sign requirements end up being on the property owner, not on the tow company. And the tow company, there's another section that I think is not being amended, so maybe if you didn't go back and read the whole tow ordinance, you might not have seen it, that the tow company is required to do a written authorization, including certain amounts of information. So that's a piece that, so a tow company doing a non-consensual tow would be in violation if they did not properly do that paperwork and tow authorization stuff, and that's on them. But I think the signage requirement is on the property owner. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, I'm sorry, Dee De La Rosa, Assistant Director for Small Business Development. To my knowledge, that is correct. However, it is the tow company's responsibility to provide all of that information for the signage. I believe that it is the property owner's responsibility to have all of those out in full view. This just kind of solidifies that with this language.
Does that answer your question?
Well, it's helpful, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions from council members about the amendment? Okay, seeing none, we will go to the public. Is there any member of the public who would like to comment on Amendment 3 to Ordinance 2025-20? Just the amendment at this time. There'll be an opportunity for overall, yes.
I was trying to make it easy.
State your name
I'm
for the
sorry.
record. And
My name is Jake, again, with the Tow Time Towing and Recovery here in Bloomington. We are one of the non-consensual towing providers, and I guess my biggest concern on the signage thing is not just for me, but other companies that are in this particular part of the business. We've put many strains on business owners that we service to be out in the middle of the night in any weather, to be present when they should be home sleeping, just to make sure their business lot is free and clear of cars when the business opens again. I want to be clear that the state law says under 9-22-1-16 that states that a vehicle may be removed without any warning or signage if deemed to be interfering with business safety and security. There's usually typically an addendum to a contract where they give us all these written permissions beforehand. However, currently we are practicing a separate consensual tow form for businesses. I had a few people that wanted me to bring that up. My other concern is that it regulates signage in the state law at 12 by 18 inches, which is currently what we have. I also have reflective signage on 1/4-inch thick aluminum already out there on a lot of properties that are low lit. If it's a gas station, I don't waste my money. They look like a light bulb. But what I would like to make concern of is that to do the signs the way that you guys want, I got a quote today from Van Horn that was for 18 by 24-inch signs, the way that you want them with reflective vinyl. It's $80 for just the sign, per sign. And that doesn't include hardware, that doesn't include bolts, it doesn't include posts, that doesn't include construction glue to glue it to a building, or anybody's labor to go change all these out. And if you guys pass a sign ordinance change like that, I have somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 signs that are already out on properties, maintained every year. We make sure that they try to be visible and, you know, in good condition like you guys are asking for. But to go change these out for the size difference, That's going to cost me $160,000 to $175,000 to make that change instantly as soon as you pass it. I'm one company out of 4 licensed companies in this town. I personally think there's way better ways to make people understand the rules, regulations, and consequences for parking where they are. And I have very good ideas for that. I just think it should fall down to educating the people coming into the town better so that they don't make mistakes, and if they choose to still, for the better way to put it, be stupid. You know, everybody does park pretty innocently for 5 to 10 minutes. I mean, I've done it. I think my own kid's done it. Yeah, I think everybody's been guilty of that. My own tow company towed my own kid. I think it's hilarious, and she paid. So it does happen very innocently sometimes, and as Strasburg said, she's been caught in that situation. I know that a couple other council members have, and I'll go ahead and comment later on.
That is your time. Thank you. I'm sorry, what was your full name again? Jacob? Any other public comment on the amendment? Do we have anybody online? No? Okay. We can come back to council members for any follow-up questions or comments regarding the amendment. Councilmember Rollo.
Did we hear from staff? Do they have a comment on this amendment and specifics?
Ms. De La Rosa, do you want to comment on the amendment?
Dee De La Rosa, City of Bloomington. I thank you for clarifying those prices on the signage. I do still believe that there needs to be improvements to the signage, but I think that maybe having a lengthy period of time to slowly be able to upgrade might be a fair compromise. Obviously, trying to spend $120,000 by July is pretty ridiculous, I would think, as a business owner. I am very much amenable to an extension of a year, 2 years, something to that effect. Willing to go back to the drawing board on the signage.
Thank you. Councilmember Strasburg.
I want to clarify that. So that is one of the reasons why when I wrote this amendment, I tried to put all of the signage stuff into that section 2 by itself so that then that could be struck if we needed to and then keep the rest. However, I do kind of have a question about that sign quote because the minimum size requirement that is in the amendment is 12 inches by 18 inches. And I feel like what I heard the public commenter say was that he got a quote for 18 inches by 24 inches. And I modified that to be 12 by 18. And so I modified that because the first draft of this, I needed to run it through the UDO, and I needed to run it through engineering, and I needed to run it through like all of the people who actually put up signs. And so that was where the UDO, like there's a whole signage section in the UDO. It actually looks like crazy complicated in some ways because there's like things that you can just kind of do no matter what, and then there's things that you need maybe permission for, and maybe you can do it and maybe you can't, and it's a whole long thing. But anyway, 12-inch by 18-inch signs, you should be able to put those up on your property without having to get any special permission from the planning department in terms of your signage. And if I'm remembering correctly, there's not you're not limited by number. So like in theory, I think you could have like a gazillion 12 by 18 signs and you're still within code, which could be, potentially like hilarious. But so yeah, I changed that to the 12 by 18 for that reason. But like I said, I mean, I put all the signage stuff into one section so that we could strike that if we felt like that needed to have more than 2 weeks. And that was something we didn't get to discuss this particular ordinance a couple weeks ago, but I was like, ooh, something needs to be done with signs, but there's no way that I have time right now to do this. And then with this postponement, I thought, okay, maybe I can do something with signs. And this is what I ended up with, so.
All right, any other comments from council members about the amendment? Councilmember Zulik?
Yes, I would be happy to support this with the strike-through of section 2, but I can't support it as is.
Second.
I don't think that was a motion.
I move to strike section 2 of amendment
Second.
3.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion on the table to amend the amendment by striking section 2. Any comments on that? Wait, is a motion to amend an amendment debatable?
I think so.
Or good. Okay. Councilmember Strasburg thinks it is. So any comments on that motion? So I will just say I would prefer to just change the effective date rather than striking all of section 2. So, but there's a motion on the table, so I guess we have to vote on that first.
Do we have public comment on that?
Pardon me?
Public comment?
Attorney Lehner, is public comment required on an amendment to an amendment? Seems to me that it's the same topic, so I don't know that we need public comment again.
I don't think that the VMC addresses that.
Okay. I think, I'll go ahead. Is there any member of the public who would like to comment on the amendment to the amendment? So that would be striking section 2, which is about signage.
I do want to make sure you guys understand I am in full support of making things more transparent and obvious. And
your name for the record again,
Jacob
please.
Padawan again with Tow Time. I do like the idea of having reflective signage. I don't want anybody to be missing these signs. So really my only concern was the size thing. And if we are going to add the reflective being required, I still have quite a few signs that aren't, like probably 15% of my signs aren't reflective. I noticed I don't remember her name behind me, said that they were open to like a time frame. I think 2 years is more than fair, and I would say the average life expectancy of the vinyl on these signs, when they're reflective, is actually about 2 years anyways, so they should be maintaining those signs and replacing them as they dry crack and whatever. So I think that's a more than fair time frame. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Any other comments on the amendment to the amendment? Any hands on Zoom? No? Okay. All right, back to council. Any final comments about the amendment to strike section 2 of Amendment 3? Councilmember Strasburg?
Question?
Yes.
I think this is a question for council staff. Given the comment by both of those folks, I mean, I would think that there would be a high chance that we would come back with signage requirements if this is struck. Is it easy for staff to potentially amend the amendment by changing the date under section 2? Is that a relatively easy amendment to an amendment to do on the fly, or should we just strike it and then like deal with bringing it back sometime next year?
Are you suggesting that the date of July 2026 would be changed?
July 2027, like, I mean, I don't know. So maybe it would be way just like quicker and easier, just strike it and then bring it back. But the motion on the table is to amend the amendment by striking. And so I'm just wondering about the advisability of striking versus amending the amendment differently.
We could amend it by revising the date as well.
All right, is there a date that Ms. Dela Rose?
I think that falls within the 2 years.
Ms. De La Rosa, if you could please come to the podium.
Dee Del Rosa, City of Bloomington. I believe that 2028, I'm sorry, I'm doing the math in my head. July 1st, 2029, I think would probably be the best, or I'm sorry, did I say 2029? 2028 would be the best extension of that. That gives 2 years for sign replacement of just the regular sign replacement that Mr. Padawan had suggested, and then whatever else is outstanding.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Asare?
Insofar as we're discussing time periods, I don't know who best to ask this to, so I'll ask it to you. What's like the natural lifespan of a sign? Because there's a natural time, like you don't leave them up forever, right? At some point you update them, right?
That's actually funny because I do know a little bit about signs.
Yeah.
It is around 2 to 3 years. It also depends on the weather conditions, and we have a pretty rough environment. Even with weather-resistant signs, it is around 2 years.
And because I'm not allowed to ask the public a question at this time, can I ask you to get a general sense from them if that's roughly true? Because I think there's if you're thinking about timeline and we are saying, hey, we want to update this, it makes sense that you sort of put it on a scale while they update them to the new thing. That makes sense. I think that's reasonable.
Yes.
I can't ask you questions, but
generally, yes. Even the weather-resistant signs do need to be replaced, and their lifespan in a harsh climate like we do have, seasonal climate, is around 1.5 to 2 years.
So if we set it at
around 2 years should be ample time.
And now a quick process question. We're considering now the striking of, but then we're having a conversation about an alternate approach, which is extending the time period, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but there's no motion on the table at the moment there's no contrary motion, so we still need to vote for this motion regardless, and then, okay. So I would just say I think I would be amenable, I mean, if the ultimate goal is to improve signage for residents, as a deterrent around predatory towing, et cetera, I think I would be amenable to the approach of extending the timeline so that we actually are, I mean, these will be updated anyways, and so we want them to be updated with an improved outlook. I think that sort of makes a lot of sense. So I would, in that case, I hope that we could maybe withdraw the current motion, and I would move that we do the other thing, but I won't move until we make a decision about this first one.
Thank you. Any other comments before we vote on the motion to amend by striking Section 2? Councilmember Strasburg?
If we vote on it, I'll go ahead and vote no on it so that then we can hope to amend it instead, so then we don't have to deal with a whole nother ordinance next year changing it.
Attorney Lehner, did you have something to add?
We can insert the new dates and share a proposed amendment on the screen for tonight's meeting, if you'd like to vote on that tonight.
Thank you. If this motion fails, then we might come to that. Thank you.
Right.
Is it not possible to just, on the current amendment, just write, we need a new amendment to amend the amendment? Like we can't just amend the amendment? We need a new, okay, cool.
Yes.
Cool.
Yes, and there's a statement in the Bloomington Municipal Code that any amendment has to be in writing, so.
All right, I think we're ready for the clerk to please call the roll on the amendment to Amendment 3.
I'm happy to withdraw the amendment.
The amendment was made, the motion was made by Councilmember Daley.
It was.
It's up to you.
I withdraw my amendment to the amendment, to strike the amendment.
I move that amendment, what number will it be? Do we need a number? I move that we amend amendment, whatever amendment, what number is it? 3? I move that we amend Amendment 3 by adding a period of 2 years. Is that right? Or to July 2028? Was that the Yeah, so I move that we amend Amendment 3 to reflect a implementation date of July 1st, 2028.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to amend Amendment 3 by extending the deadline for the signage adjustment to July 1st, 2028. Any comments? Questions. We're on questions first. Councilmember Strasburg.
For clarity, do we need to cite Section 2 as part of that motion, or should I just say it now that that date is in Section 2?
Yeah, I think you can clarify that.
Great.
And we'll show this on the screen in just a moment.
Okay,
too.
fantastic. Thank you.
All right, should we wait until the motion is on the screen? Yes. We do need amendments in writing. Councilmember Strasburg.
Is this the time that I can comment, or just I can ask a question? I lost where we are.
We are at comments. At questions. I'm sorry, at questions. Okay, I would like to give staff the opportunity to display this so everybody knows what we're talking about. Since we're not just striking something, we're editing something. All right, if you could make that a little bit larger. Thank you. Oh, that's super large. All right, so this is in Section 2. So if you could scroll down a little bit. So what we're doing here is in Part B, we're changing the effective date. Part A and Part B. To be, the Part A would be before July 1st, 2028, and Part B would be on or after July 1st, 2028. All right. If there are no other council questions, we can go to the public. Is there any public comment on this amendment to the amendment? Which just extends the time to comply with the new sign requirements. Don't see any. Anybody raising a hand online? Okay, we'll come back to council. Any comments before we vote? Councilmember Strasburg.
I just want to say that my intention with the section was to better and more clearly define, honestly, for the tow companies, but also for enforcement of this, what posted in plain view and visible to the public means, so that then it's easier for the tow companies to comply and also easier for residents and city staff to determine whether there is compliance. So as the public commenter mentioned, it's totally possible that you have a whole lot of signs that already fall under this category, that are big enough, that have big enough font, that have all the stuff in them, because I didn't actually change the contents requirements. Except I think that staff added hours of enforcement there, but I'll bet that those are often up as well. So just to kind of clarify that concept, that there are probably a lot of signs out there that do comply with this, but once again, it's the predatory towing thing that is really troubling to me generally, and so I think the clearer we can make things, the better for everybody.
Okay, any other comments on this amendment? Clerk Bolden, will you please call the roll on Amendment 1 to Amendment 3 to Ordinance 2025-20?
Sure. Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes.
Wait, sorry. Strasburg?
Yes.
Daly?
Yes.
Sulik?
Yes.
Rosenparker?
Yes.
Vasari?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so Amendment 3 has now been amended with a vote of 9-0 to change the date to July 1st, 2028. So now we're back to Amendment 3 as it has now been amended. Are there any final comments from council before we vote on this? All right, seeing none. Clerk Bolden, will you please call the roll on Amendment 3 as amended?
Happily, Councilmember Strasburg.
Yes.
Daley.
Yes.
Zulik.
Yes.
Rosenbarger.
Yes.
Asari.
Yes.
Flaherty.
Yes.
Ruff.
Yes.
Rallo.
Yes.
And Piedmont Smith.
Yes. All right, Amendment 3 has been adopted, and I'll turn the gavel back over to President Strasburg.
Great, thank you. So now,
I'd like to move Amendment 4.
all right, Councilmember Ruff would like to move Amendment 4. Is there a second for that? Councilmember Ruff?
So I'll be just quick. Amendment 4 does the same thing that the Amendment 5 for 2025-19 did. This does the same thing for 2025-20, which deals with non-consensual tows. So it allows the $25 additional administrative fee. My understanding is that for the exact same reasons, the whole purpose of revisiting, or the main purpose of revisiting the overall ordinance was to bring the fees into line with what real costs were, to reflect real costs and the changes that have taken place since the last adjustments were made. And that particularly when it comes to non-consensual tows, in speaking with some of the operators, since this process was begun and discussions first happened between the administration and staff and businesses about updating and changing the structure of fees, that there have been some the environment, the regulatory environment, and the auditing environment of the state has significantly increased administrative burden on the towing businesses. And so this adjustment is, again, something that would have been argued for a lot more assertively, I think, by the towing companies a handful of months ago, 6 months ago, compared to now. They would argue a lot more strongly for it now, in large part due to an increased administrative burden of the current environment of monitoring and auditing of the state of all their work that they do. So, again, in this case, this is not an area where I have a tremendous amount of knowledge, so I will assume that we'll hear from the operators, businesses, who will explain more about what these changes have been and why this administrative fee is very important to their profitability and success of their business model.
Are there, excuse me, are there questions on, was that Amendment 4?
Yes.
On Amendment 4?
It's Amendment 4.
Any questions on Amendment 4? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
So Councilmember Ruff, on your amendment to ordinance 2025-19 that was parallel to this one, you argued that the $25 administrative fee was reasonable because of the requirements the city puts on towing companies to look up and see if the vehicle owner has any outstanding parking fees or any other fees. So that wouldn't be the case for ordinance 2025-20 because these are not police-initiated tows. So I'm a little confused that you now have a new argument for the $25 fee, which is the state regulatory environment. Can you expound on that?
Yeah, so it's not a different argument, it's the same argument, basically. It's that administrative costs to the businesses aren't captured and reflected under what's proposed in the ordinance now, and that this $25 administrative fee will help offset particularly increases in the demands that have developed, but I think particularly in the recent past, as has been explained to me, for state record-keeping requirements for impounded vehicles with record logs, authorization forms, pictures, keeping documents for years, the software that's required for some of the license plating and VIN, recording of VINs and actually doing what it takes to get those numbers. And again, I am hoping we'll hear more from the businesses, but basically, I've heard their arguments in the past handful of days and considered them to be valid justification for putting the $25 administrative fee on in this section also.
Okay, so those state administrative burdens were also there for Title 15.
I don't think it's the same. I think there's a different for a non-consensual private towing. I think there's some differences, and we'll maybe hear about that if someone wants to, from one of the businesses wants to talk about that. They're not the same record-keeping requirements and validations required.
Okay, but they have increased.
That's
those
my understanding.
requirements. Okay. All right, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, I have one, and I think that it's for the attorneys, and I don't know which attorney should answer it, because I know there were two different attorneys on these two different ordinances, and I don't know if both of them are in the room or not, or maybe one is online, I'm not sure. So I referenced earlier when we were talking about the first amendment from Councilmember Ruff that there was somewhere in state code that I had read that talks about itemizing fees, and I've actually managed to find that now, that Indiana Code 24-14-5-1 requires an itemized invoice of actual towing charges assessed by the towing company that can be made available to the owner of the motor vehicle. And one of the things that it titles there is other fees, including documentation fees and motor vehicle search fees. Each fee must include a full description of the services that were provided. So we're calling this an administrative fee, but is an administrative fee different from a documentation fee? So, in terms of some of those things from public comment and what I heard last week from or 2 weeks ago when I stayed after to talk to somebody is, yeah, some of these fees have increased to do title searches and things like that, and there's requirements on notification related to title searches and all of that category of thing, and those fees have increased. But it sounds to me as though, if our code is silent on them, and so this administrative fee might not even include that fee. If that could categorize as a documentation fee, which is maybe different from the administrative fee, then the tow companies could charge that exact documentation fee already, whatever the state, whatever the actual fee is, whatever it actually costs them to do those searches on those vehicles. And that putting in this cap on this administrative fee does absolutely nothing to prevent them from also charging that documentation fee on top of it and any other motor vehicle search fees, because that is what Indiana code says. So this is where I'll once again raise the issue that this is a last-minute amendment that has not gone through legal, that has not been fully vetted with the way that state code is laid out, and I think that it is incredibly rushed. So I think this has to be a question. So will the attorneys please weigh in on that part of state code and the fees and the invoicing and how this administrative fee would be cataloged and characterized, and whether, this actually encompasses the tow companies then not being able to charge other fees?
Yes, good evening. Alexandrina Pratt with City Legal. So the way I'm understanding the argument here, I think, is connected with fees and records under 24-14-8 of state code. There is a requirement there under 24-14-8-2. Let me see. to maintain the invoice described in this section for a period of not less than 2 years from the date of issuance. And that section also authorizes, during this 2-year period, a law enforcement agency or the Attorney General to request those records. So my understanding is that the claim is that this fee would cover this storage and search under this section. But again, this was not brought to our attention until today. So I don't have any further comment to offer.
So your interpretation would be this administrative fee would cover the record-keeping requirements. But the argument that I've heard from Councilmember Ruff, just barely actually, was that it covers the actual like fees for things being charged and what was mentioned earlier in public comment, fees being charged for, you know, looking up like title searches and things like that to verify ownership of the car, and like potentially having to mail documents to the owner if the owner doesn't show up on their own within a certain number of hours.
Correct. I don't think that would apply to this situation, because under the invoice requirement, that needs to be listed as a charge, the actual charge that was incurred by the towing company.
Okay, so the defense of this $25 is like, Councilmember Ruff, what do you have to say then in terms of the defense of this $25 fee in terms of what you already said?
I didn't mean to imply or suggest that I thought that the administrative activities and duties and responsibilities were the same under the Title 15 type of tows compared to the non-consensual private tows. My understanding is that there's a very different set of requirements and duties, and that state auditing activities and other types of monitoring and enforcement have placed a greater burden that is manifested in the last half a year that wasn't there before, and that the input from the businesses about the ceiling or the costs and fees and associated costs would be argued differently now, or asserted differently from the businesses than it might have been a handful of months ago, due to the administrative burden that has appeared, the increase in that.
Right. I'm not sure how the administrative burden has increased, because the section I just quoted that requires the record-keeping provision has been in force since 2019.
So yes, I understand and appreciate that, and but I'm just speaking for, I think, business owners who may, I hope will speak soon, that there's not been a change in the actual requirements or rules, but there's been a change in the environment under which, to the extent to which details and are expected and required and audited now compared to before. So that's the change in the environment. That's what I tried to say. Not change necessarily in rules and regulations, but change in the environment.
And I understand, but I have no knowledge of that, so I can't
And I don't
comment.
really either. That's why I'm hoping we'll hear from some of the operators. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. I think that was, we're still in councilmember question area, so are there other councilmember questions about Amendment 4? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and go to public comments about Amendment 4 to Ordinance 2025-20. So if you're a member of the public who would like to comment, can make your way to the podium or raise your hand on Zoom using the Reactions tab, sign in, state your full name for the record, and then you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi there, my name is Jacob Padawan, again with Tow Time Towing and Recovery. As far as administrative fee, I guess justifications between the differences of what you guys are both thinking about. As far as itemized charges for like you said, certified letters, notifications going out. You have to do BMV inquiries. That costs money too. But I do agree with you that every little charge should be itemized, every step of the way, from the first BMV search to finding out who the lien holders are. And let's say there's a lien holder and a wife and a guy that owns the vehicle. That's 3 letters you have to send out. So in theory, you should be charging somebody that needs 3 letters for 3 letters and charging somebody that only needs 1 letter. You know what I mean? Like, I definitely agree with that. As far as the administrative $25 fee, I don't necessarily think that covers any of those other fees. I think the administrative idea is more related to the administrative requirements to follow these ordinances and state laws. We do get reached out to by attorney generals sometimes. We do get reached out by the city. I know the city required all 4 towing companies on the non-consensual towing thing to provide all of our paperwork for the last 2 years. That took a whole new employee and my current office staff 2.5 weeks to print out all of those forms. And it was like 3 huge paper boxes used for that paperwork. I mean, that was a lot of time and stuff invested too. And there's a lot of those things that you don't see, you know what I mean, as far as administrative goes. And if you guys got any questions, maybe I'll come up and try to answer those too. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there other public comment on Amendment 4? Go ahead and sign in, state your name for the record. Y'all have up to 3 minutes.
Yep. It's Robert Chandler with Chandler Automotive and Towing. So to clarify what he said on the non-consensual towing, the records that they set when this ordinance was set in place in 2019, those records are additional to what state records are. So they're specific. So when we are audited, like we just were, there's a specific log, written offs, pictures on file, all those items are separate from what we would have in our QuickBooks or what we'd have in our other tow categories. On top of that, we still have to do the state fees. Those are still associated with it. But on these, the biggest issue is the ordinance has brought separate, guidelines, separate paperwork, separate logs that we have to keep separate, and especially since this recent audit that we had, we are doing those different now for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there other public comment on this amendment? Is there any hand raised on Zoom? All right, seeing nobody move in chambers, we're back to council members. Is there comment on Amendment 4? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Well, I'm just going to say the same thing I said for Amendment 4 of the previous ordinance, and that I don't feel comfortable making this decision about administrative fees on the fly and just based on what the businesses have told one council member. So I'm going to be voting no on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other council member comments? All right, seeing none, I'm also going to make a comment. I'm also going to vote no on this. I think that it's preemptive to put this administrative fee on here without vetting it better. And I also feel to some degree as we've gone through this that it was some measure of insider sort of communication that this got up here at all, as opposed to kind of going through a larger vetting process with legal and ESD. So I'll also be voting no on this. Any last comments? Okay, will the clerk please call the roll on Amendment 4 to Ordinance 2025-20?
Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Flaherty?
No.
Ruff?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
No.
Strasburg?
No. So that passes 6-3. So now we are back to ordinance 2025-20 as amended. There were no original councilmember comments about it, or councilmember questions about the ordinance as a whole in terms of the original presentation of it. Has anybody come up with any comments or questions since then? Questions, we're on question, because we have to do public comment too. And I actually do have one if nobody else has one, and I am wondering in the, I have to find it now, I'm sorry. In the towing fees, section 432-130, where it changes the fees for special treatment. Who gets, like, how do you decide or get to decide whether a vehicle needs that special treatment or not? And who gets to decide that? So, and like, especially in the non-consensual piece, when the vehicle owner isn't actually there, like, how does the vehicle owner even like know that that special treatment was used, and how do they know if that special treatment was necessary? Can anybody answer that for me? That's from staff. Like, I feel like this is one of these answers that like staff should have asked tow companies. So that's why I'm hoping that staff knows the answer to this.
Alexandrina Pratt with City Legal. I think that would be something the towing companies would be able to address better. I understand it's technical. So I'll just leave them to explain how that works.
All right. Other questions, or let's go ahead and go to public comment then. So this would be general public comment on the whole ordinance 2025-20 as was amended. We'll start here in
Robert Chandler
chambers.
with Chandler. I was going to clarify on the.
Hang on, let's wait until our staff is ready for the timer, please. Okay, so go ahead and state your name again for the record.
Yeah,
and you'll
Robert
have up to
Chandler
3
with Chandler
minutes.
Automotive and Towing. To clarify on like the special equipment, actually it gets undercharged, believe it or not. Most of the time when you tow a car with no, you got to keep in mind there's no keys to these vehicles. Most of the cars nowadays are, most of the time they're pulled into a parking spot. So the front drive wheels have to have what we call dollies, or the car has to be spun around on go jacks to access the front. A lot of times there could be a curb interference to where a third set of special equipment that we have to use to slide it from the curb has to be used. And then most of these cars are all-wheel drive. Some of them have electronic emergency brakes. That's been a new thing. 9 times out of 10, I mean, it's almost 9.9 times out of 10 the special equipment is to be used. It's very rare to regular base tow a car unless the keys are accessible. I mean, it's even that nowadays, it's changed dramatically. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other public comment? Has there anybody raised a hand on Zoom about this? Okay, let's go ahead and continue here in chambers. State your name for the record. You'll have up to 3 minutes.
Jacob Padawan with Tow Time Towing again. I'm just going to second exactly what he has. My data shows the same thing. About 9 cars out of 10 do have to have special equipment. And yes, we multiple times have to use 2 different forms of special equipment, whether that's dollies and go jacks or sometimes it's skates, all different damage-free towing equipment that we have to use. What really needs to be kept in your guys' consideration is this isn't where somebody's broke down at a Walmart and they're calling for the consensual tow with keys, like you said. This is somebody that's illegally parked in a Vaults parking lot, parking garage with a beam on one side and 8 inches to the car on the other. And a lot of times, believe it or not, alleyways behind the Bluebird, we have 4 lots behind the Bluebird, very, very tight. We can only fit out of 2 of those alleys. I have to stop a whole nother driver from doing what they're doing to come help safely handle a car on go jacks and dollies to an alley so the truck can get to it and pull it out the only alley it fits out with dollies. You know what I mean? So there's actually some cars that the cap actually hurts us dramatically because drivers have to split those fees. They're paid on commission. They're pretty much trying extra hard to do something that's not going to pay them. And, you know, you got to take the good with the bad. We do it anyway. But I do want to say that there's also, I towed a Lamborghini Urus twice this year. That's a $450,000 car with the carbon fiber body kit that was on it. I think that, like I said, you don't get to pick and choose what you're towing. It could be a dilapidated boat that fell off a trailer and somebody left it in a parking lot. It could be a car where they robbed the wheels, tires, suspension, hood, motor, transmission, half the interior, and left the crustacean sitting in a parking lot at Bart Villa. You know, I have probably somewhere north of 130 examples of things that aren't even cars that we've had to remove from a property, from spools of wiring to underground, whatever that orange crap is on a spool that Duke Energy has. And, you know, they just leave stuff everywhere in this town. They've parked full bulldozers on people's properties, and I've been asked to pull a bulldozer or a camper, semi-trucks. I just got called to the mall to do a semi and trailer completely separate from each other, which I can't do. But we have to tow a lot more than college kids is what I'm getting at, and there's a lot to it. So the special equipment fees are very important to have, and maybe look into allowing that charge possibly for both of them is one thing I was thinking about when it was $25. I don't know because I didn't read it, but I think it's getting bumped up to, is it 50 on the new ordinance? Yeah. So that's much more in line and fair, I think, too. So I hope that comment helps. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public who wish to comment on this? Has anybody raised a hand on Zoom? Okay, great. Seeing nobody, I think that we're back to council for either, actually, there were no really questions before, so let's go ahead and go to council member comment on ordinance 2025-20 as amended. Councilmember, sorry.
Just thank you all for being here for this long. Thank you for this long twice, and thank you for your contributions. I trust the fact, and I should have probably asked just to confirm this, but have asked separately. You know, these rate changes aren't arbitrary. I'm very appreciative of the city's work, and I'm establishing them. Thank you all for your partnerships in this work, and I know that your margins aren't great, and you're doing something that sort of helps the city keep going. Thank you for the businesses that you run, and thank you for just being here. I'm sorry that we're keeping you so long, but I'll be voting yes on this.
Thank you. Other council member comment? Councilmember Flaherty.
Yeah, echo the remarks of my colleague there. Thanks for bearing with us through a somewhat tedious process. What I heard in Mr. Chandler's remarks are a strong case for back-end angled parking to save everyone money in the event you get towed. So.
Thank you. We'll just slide in whatever we want right now in council comment. Are there other council member comments? Councilmember Ruff.
Yeah, I just want to thank my colleagues for, understanding that, sometimes things do come up late and are worked through as well as a council member who might be sponsoring something can. And I want to thank staff, for also on short notice really helping work up what I thought was fair in terms of improving the legislation. So, and of course we thank the input of the community, the community who deals most closely with this activity. So thanks to everyone.
Thank you. Other council member comment? Councilmember Rosenberger.
Hi, I want to say also thanks for being here. And then I just wanted to say in general, sometimes I don't talk that much because there's so much other talking that I opt out. So I just want to put that out there. I am paying attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Other council member comment? All right, I'm going to be really short and say my question about that special treatment wasn't because I was quibbling with the concept of needing special treatment. I just wanted to understand exactly what that meant. So I appreciated understanding the damage-free aspect in terms of how you have to get vehicles out. I also appreciate the city attorney's contributions in terms of understanding that administrative fee and what it is supposed to cover a little bit. And so that clarifies things for me better for this ordinance. I had to think about it for a little while, which is why I voted no earlier. But I will go ahead and support this as even with that $25 administrative fee, kind of, I'm still not sure that I love it. And that's where it's just like, I can see like, okay, maybe an administrative fee is reasonable based on the title of Indiana code that the attorney read in terms of that record storage, but that requirement has been there for a while, so shouldn't that be factored in somewhere else? And so that's the part that I'm like, I feel like that should be factored in somewhere else in terms of the cost of doing business. And also 25 seems sort of arbitrary to me still. So I'm still not a huge fan of that. But if anything, we can always amend this title again if it proves that that $25 is not a good number. So I'll be supporting this as it stands currently. Any last council member comment? Great. Then will the clerk please call the roll on ordinance 2025-20 as amended?
Councilmember Zulik?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Daley?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that passes 9-0. On to the next, and I do want to note that this is the resolution that got added on the agenda yesterday.
I move that Resolution 2025-21 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to introduce Resolution 2025-21. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Will the clerk please read?
Resolution 2025-21, resolution acknowledging receipt of the collective bargaining agreement between the City of Bloomington and American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees for calendar years 2026, 2027, and 2028, and pledging fiscal support. The synopsis is as follows. This resolution presents the collective bargaining agreement negotiated between the executive branch of the City of Bloomington and the Local 2487 American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, also known as AFL-CIO, AFSCME Council 962, to the Common Council of the City of Bloomington, Monroe County, Indiana, for their review rather than approval, and to inform them in detail of the fiscal implications of the CBA. By passage of this resolution, the Council acknowledges receipt of the CBA, its opportunity to make inquiry, and expresses its support to fund the same.
Thank you.
I move that Resolution 2025-21 be adopted.
Second.
Thank you. It looks like we have Deputy Mayor Knapp waiting to present. If you could state your name for the record, then the floor is yours.
Gretchen Knapp, Deputy Mayor. I'm very happy to present to you our AFSCME contract negotiation. I won't reiterate everything that's in the memo in the interest of time since we have folks who are still waiting, but I will say that we had a very productive bargaining session all year, and I'd like to thank our partners in AFSCME and all the department heads who did a great job of gathering input from 200 AFSCME employees across 3 different divisions to inform our agreement. Just to give everyone a sense of the timeline, we began at the beginning of the year, we conducted a salary study to gather some market information and compare to the current salary rates. We began our negotiation meetings with AFSCME in July and held about 10 meetings with them to go over the contract line by line. It's a very long contract. And it was approved by union members by a vote of 82-7 on December 2nd. The cost of implementing this contract was fully covered in the budget that we've already presented and that you've already approved and passed for 2026, so no further appropriation will be required. We will bring an amended salary ordinance in January that will include the new pay schedules for the different roles. The significant points of this particular contract, it includes a flat 5% increase that you had already approved across all positions for 2026, 3% cost of living for 2027 and 2028. We did a significant amount of work on the pay grades and tenure steps for AFSCME. They had many, many pay grades, 23. If you compare to the entire Civil City has 14. and that covers, in the civil city, that covers roles from an entry-level position all the way up to the controller, or people supervising millions of dollars and hundreds of people. The AFSCME positions do not include supervisory or financial responsibilities, and so we wanted to make sure that we weren't spreading too thin across too many grades. We also improved their tenure steps. That is the most significant impact for most AFSCME members of this, is that instead of it taking, in the example I gave, in a particular role, it would have taken 25 years to get essentially a $4 an hour raise. We have shortened that schedule so that they now reach the midpoint of their salary after 5 years. And for most AFSCME employees, that means they will not only receive the percentage increase we discussed, but they will also, by the end of the 3-year contract, have moved up 1 or 2 steps in tenure, which is a significant kind of hidden pay raise. The only employees who don't benefit from that are the people who are already at the max of the tenure scale, who've been working for the city for 35 years, and that's only about 6 people. We also increased on-call pay, a few certifications, some shift premiums, and for convenience for administration and ease for employees, changed some funding that we would give employees to reimburse them for equipment costs to a stipend. We don't need to, it's a lot of paperwork to administer. They know what equipment to buy. We can just give them the money and they will more efficiently purchase their own gear for that. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about the process or about the changes that have been made.
Great, thank you so much. Are there any questions from council members about this? I have one question, actually, because the resolution, one of the things that spells out is that the council is aware of the fiscal implications, and so basically you say there aren't any fiscal implications next year because it's already like built in. But I just want to clarify that step, because the tenure steps, like, because like the 5%
what
was
does it
built
actually
in,
cost?
but is the
Yeah.
tenure step, like that piece also like built in somewhere already?
Well, the tenure step, it is, we don't have to allocate any additional money for tenure changes that will happen in 2026. When we create our 2027 and 28 budgets, then we'll have to allocate, salaries accordingly, wages accordingly to cover those.
But for 2026 budget year,
Yeah,
like
we're all set.
they're all set. Great,
Yeah.
thank you. Any other questions? Great. Let's go ahead to public comment then. If any member of the public would like to comment on, council member, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Knapp. Just a question about whether or not there are, within the contract, within the CBA rather, are there agreed upon staffing levels with different branches or with different entities within AFSCME?
I don't believe so. I mean, the salary ordinance that we'll bring to you, I think, spells out, I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong on this, someone who knows better, how many roles are at each title. Is that correct? Yes.
But then does the city
No, or no?
commit?
Good evening, Council. Jessica McClellan, City Controller. The AFSCME contract doesn't have the number of positions, but the salary ordinance does. And the salary ordinance will come
Right.
to you in January, and every position will be divided out into what department it is in and how many positions the city currently has in that.
Thank you.
How many employees the city has in that position.
But we're not committing within the CBA, we're not making a firm agreement, for example, that we will staff with some, or anything like that, just saying on a year-to-year basis. Fantastic.
That is absolutely correct, and that's a good point.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other last questions? I don't want to jump preemptively to public comment again.
Thank you.
All right, so now we can move to public comment, I think, on Resolution 2025-21. If there are members of the public who would like to comment on this resolution, you can make your way to the podium if you're in chambers, or raise your hand using the reactions tab on Zoom. I don't see anybody moving in chambers. Has anybody raised a hand? Okay. I think that brings us back to council then. Any council members have any final comments? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Just thank you to the negotiating team and AFSCME leadership, and I'm glad we came to a good resolution.
Other council member comments? I'll just quickly second that and also say that I really appreciate the tenure step part and really appreciate that idea that, you know, you don't have to work for 20 years in order to get $4, that it takes a little less time. I think that is a little bit more rewarding and could then potentially retain talent better. And I think that that's really important because it costs a whole lot to train people. So, Councilmember Asari.
I just want to give kudos to the administration, particularly Dr. Paychak and our departing controller. But to all of you, I think this is I think worth noting that this is the third contract negotiation, right? I mean, we did police, fire, and now the AFSCME. In the space of essentially a year, and at least the reports that we're getting are that they were very positive, that everybody's very happy. We had a unanimous support of the police union, et cetera. And I think that that's a really good indicator, right, of something that we've set out to do as a city, which would be what's the word that you use, top tier of choice employer. You say it better, but an employer of choice. And I just really want to commend the administration for handling it, I think, so smoothly. Also to Council Margie Rice, just thank you very much for doing this so well, and appreciate this resolution. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member comment? Fantastic. Will the clerk please call the roll on Resolution 2025-21?
Councilmember Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Daly?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That passes unanimously 9-0. On to the next.
I move that ordinance 2025-47 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Will the clerk please read?
Ordinance 2025-47 to amend Title 8 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Historic Preservation and Protection to establish a historic district regarding the Ivan Adams House Historic District. Bloomington Historic Preservation Commission petitioner. The synopsis is as follows. This ordinance amends Chapter 8.20 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled List of Designated Historic and Conservation Districts in order to designate the Ivan Adams House, parcel number 013-065800-00, Lades Lot 28, located at 115 East 12th Street, City of Bloomington, Monroe County, Indiana, as a historic district. Built in the mid-1920s, the Ivan Adams House is a Craftsman, California bungalow that retains a high degree of architectural integrity. The house is associated with Ivan Adams, one of the most prominent local stone carvers whose work can be found in significant and recognizable sites around Bloomington and the United States.
Thank you.
I move that ordinance 2025-47 be adopted.
Second.
All right. Who is here to present Ordinance 2025-47 for us? Come on up. State your name for the record, and then the floor is yours.
Thanks. Noah Sandweiss, Historic Preservation Program Manager for the City of Bloomington, Department of Housing and Neighborhood Development. The property at 115 East 12th Street qualifies for local designation under the following highlighted criteria found in Ordinance 9520 of the Municipal Code. For historic significance 1A, having significant character, interest, or value as part of the heritage, development, or cultural characteristics of the city, state, or nation, or is associated with a person who played a significant role in state, local, or national history. The petitioner in this case is the Bloomington Historic Preservation Commission, and the property in question is located at 115 East 12th Street. which will be referred to from here on out as the Ivan Adams House. 115 East 12th Street is a gable front, one-story California bungalow that retains most of its original features, but has been re-sided with wide asbestos board. The house was first owned between 1927 and 1945 by Ivan Adams and his wife Gladys. Ivan ranked among the most prominent local stone carvers, whose work includes the Bloomington Courthouse World War II Memorial, the IU Seal at Foster Quad Dorm, contributions to the columns and frieze of the Fine Arts Palace for Chicago's Century of Progress exhibition in 1933, the National Shrine of the Immaculate Conception in Washington, D.C., the 21-foot statue of Our Lady of Lourdes Hospital at Indian Hill in Camden, New Jersey, and various other statues of Virgin Mary and Catholic saints for institutions around this country. A monumental statue of his marks the grave of Gladys and himself in Rose Hill Cemetery. Adams' Herald Times obituary in 1968 describes him as one of Monroe County's most famous stone carvers. And in 1977, local carver Ronald Wampler described him as one of the greatest stone carvers in the area I've ever known. After Adams moved out, the house was rented for the next 30 years to a number of tenants, most of whom did not stay longer than several years. One of the most prominent occupants was Robert Quirk, a professor of Mexican history and an editor of the American Historical Review. He was a recipient of the Frederick Jackson Turner Award for debut books by historians and lived at the address from 1955 through 1956. In 1977, this house was the first Bloomington residence of James and Susan Butler, founders of the Butler Winery. From 1987 through 1991, the home was the residence of opera student Judith Barnes and visiting lecturer in Spanish, Anthony Kerrigan. Kerrigan won the National Book Award in 1975 for his translation of Miguel de Unamuno's The Agony of Christianity, and a senior fellowship in literature from the National Endowment for the Arts for a lifelong contribution to American letters in 1988. He was the first to translate the Spanish writings of Jorge Luis Borges into English and taught at both IU and Notre Dame while living at 115 East 12th Street. Judith Barnes is the founder of the Vertical Play Repertory Opera Company in New York. For a property to be eligible for listing under this criterion, several conditions must be met. Firstly, in most cases, the person associated with this property must have made their significant accomplishments at least 50 years ago. And secondly, the property must be associated with this period in their life or career. Anthony Kerrigan has been widely acknowledged for his contributions to Spanish literature. However, there are other properties associated with his career from more than 50 years ago, so it would be difficult to make the case for designating the house in which he lived from 1987 through 1991. Susan and James Butler established one of the early Southern Indiana wineries, as well as the Indiana Wine Grape Council. They left this house in 1982 when they established their own winery, and their contribution to local history is more closely associated with the Butler Winery property. Stone carver Ivan Adams lived at this property for a good part of his productive career, while he participated in carving of public and religious monuments both locally and nationwide. He's locally recognized as one of the most prominent carvers in Southern Indiana limestone history, particularly as the number of sculpture carvers dwindled post-war. He moved in 1946 to 2921 South Rogers during the latter part of his career, where he built a house and workshop, neither of which is still standing. The exterior of the building at 115 East 12th Street has been fairly unaltered from its original appearance and is an excellent example of a 1920s California bungalow. I'm just going through some examples of some of his work, both locally and nationwide. Thank you.
Is that the conclusion of your presentation?
That is.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Samwise. I'm giving the gavel back to President Strasburg.
Great, thank you so much. Are there council member comment or questions for Mr. Sandweiss? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
In my experience, I find this an unusual request in two ways, and I want to ask you, if there have been other precedents that I'm just not thinking about. For one thing, there's only one criteria that's met. And for another, it's a single house that's neither notable nor outstanding. Do you know whether there's been precedent for one or both of those qualities in getting historic designation?
So the contributing category, our rating for a historic property means that it's not identifiably eligible along architectural criteria for listing. The category that's selected here in Bloomington Municipal Code, 1A, most closely corresponds with the National Register of Historic Places Criterion B for association with significant individuals. There are lots of examples of sites that are associated with significant individuals that may not have a high degree of either architectural integrity, which this does, or outstanding architectural significance, but are nonetheless significant because of their association with individuals who have made a significant impact in state, local, or national history, or are associated with events or broad patterns of history that may not be apparent from their immediate exterior appearance.
But I mean, I know you haven't been with the city all that long, but do you know whether there have been other cases where we've approved a single building that is only contributing?
Yes,
Yes, there have.
there have been.
Can you think of any examples you could share with us?
No. Well, what was that? Right, there's one nearby, 700 North Walnut. Another one that comes to mind, actually, my parents' house, 1033 South Ballantyne, was nominated for, in part, architectural significance. I believe the nomination also included reference to its significance for urban planning in post-war Bloomington suburbs.
And that was just a contributing structure.
Right, that was a contributing structure. There have been some other contributing structures that have been nominated and since reevaluated as notable. A couple examples that come to mind, there's a property, I believe, is it First National, no, not First National Bank. The bank building on Kirkwood that was designated in, I believe, 2023, that had been listed as a contributing building initially. One that was passed as a local single building historic district. I believe the ordinance amended it to be a notable property. That one was listed for its architectural significance primarily, actually.
Thank you.
Are there other council member questions? I have one then. So when we had the Historic Preservation Commission here and we learned about like the process and that kind of thing, how does that translate to one property where it's, so the way it's been explained to me, it's like there's a committee that decides on the rules essentially, and then everybody has to follow them. But this is just like one person and one property and a single owner. It's not a public structure in any way. It's like, how does that translate in terms of who gets to make the rules and how who ensures the rules are followed? Because like in other, one of the things that I've heard as well, the person who might live in a historic district and not realize it, and then they make a renovation, and then a neighbor says, oh, hey, you needed to go, it's kind of, like reporting others. But in this case, like, who's going to enforce this? I mean, when it's, like, how does this work?
So there are dozens of individually listed buildings as historic districts in Bloomington. There really isn't a line drawn in city code as to what you call a district, whether it's, a single building or multiple buildings. When it comes to notification of property owners, there's several points at which that happens. Of course, it happens during the nomination process at a couple of points. When the property is up for a vote with the Historic Preservation Commission to forward to City Council, and then again ahead of the City Council vote to pass the ordinance. Also, annually, notifications are sent out to property owners or owners of properties within historic districts in the city of Bloomington. So that would also include owners of single property districts or owners of properties within single property districts. I guess to answer the second part of your question, when alterations to single property districts are being reviewed, I always defer to the Secretary of Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties. And that's sort of the nationally recognized set of standards that's used for, say, for instance, federally funded projects or projects on federal buildings for best practices in the treatment of historic properties. So that is a recognized set of standards, and we have a commission as well that's staffed with people who have a background and expertise in the areas of architecture and history and historic preservation. So, whether it's a district that has its own set of guidelines written by residents or the city, or whether it's an individually listed building, there will be criteria laid out in the packet to sort of show the work for how a determination is made.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and go to public comments on this. If there's a member of the public who would like to speak to, lost my ordinance number again, ordinance 2025-47. I see somebody making their way to the podium already. Go ahead and sign in, state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes. If you are online, you can go ahead and raise your hand using the reactions tab or send a chat message to the host. And let's go ahead and start here in chambers. Thank you.
Hi, my name is John Butler. I'm the owner of this property, and I 100% support the designation of this property as a historic district. Ivan Adams was an exceptional carver, and preserving his memory is important to the cultural heritage of this city. And it's a modest home. It's 1,000 square feet. It's a very sort of unobtrusive structure. And I think that's partly why it's so important that we save it, because a great person lived in this small house, and that we shouldn't necessarily measure the greatness of our citizens necessarily just by the houses that they live in. And so, this is just one small building, but it helps tell the story of Bloomington and Bloomington's history. The stone industry was one of the major industries in Bloomington, and for over about 100 years, it was probably really the driving force of the local economy. And in the stone industry, a very small percentage of the people who worked there were actually carvers. There were cutters, people who made dimensional stone, but there were very few carvers, people who made statues and finery. And Ivan Adams was one of the best to ever do that. And so if we can hold this house up as an example of where, a modest place that a great person can come from, I think Bloomington will benefit. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration. And please vote yes, and let us continue this legacy and educate future generations.
Thank you. Are there other public commenters? Go ahead and come on up, sign in, and state your name for the record, and then you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Sam DeSoller, and I'm currently serving on the Bloomington Historic Preservation Commission. I'm here to voice my support of the Ivan Adams House become a new historic district as proposed by the HPC, and also supported by the new owners, Mr. Butler. I don't have much additional to say as Noah's presentation and Mr. Butler's statement has covered most of the salient points. But not as a commissioner, but as an architect and a long-time resident of Bloomington, I'd note that the process of this proposed district is in part a direct response to, or by neighborhood residents, to counteract development pressure. A number of houses in the neighborhood, this neighborhood alone, including 711 East Cottage Grove, shown earlier this evening in the presentation by Director Hiddle of the Bloomington Planning and Transportation Department, have over the last several months been either slated for demolition or already demolished. We see a lot of these in front of the commission. As Director Hiddle already noted, what's replacing 711 East Cottage Grove, though more dense and more lucrative for developers, is incompatible with the neighborhood. It removes an entry-level housing from the market, and perhaps more importantly, replaces the fabric that makes Bloomington Bloomington. And I think this house is a stellar example of that in its simplicity and its form. It also removes entry-level housing from the market, and perhaps until there's some meaningful form of design review for new developments, more properties like 711 East Cottage will be built. More single-family homes will be bought by developers and taken off the market. I support ADUs, rental caps, smaller lots and houses, infill, aggressive design review for new housing and buildings in Bloomington, and also, obviously, historic preservation. I have time, I think I do. I'd like to make another plea to both you all and to the mayor's office to fill the vacancies on our commission and confirm those members still willing to serve. The HPC was made aware last week that one of our voting members will have a conflict starting in January and won't be able to help us maintain quorum. And we won't have enough members to legally meet if current members are not confirmed, and barely enough to make quorum if so. And vacancies are not filled. We have a couple that have been empty for over 6 months. Please do what you can. And thank you. I hope you approve this petition.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public who wish to make a comment? I see a couple people starting to move. Are there any hands raised on Zoom? Okay, let's go ahead and continue here in chambers. When you get over there, please sign in, state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Amy Butler. I'm a new owner of this house as well with my husband. I wasn't going to speak because I tend to get emotional about this subject. This house was going to get torn down in August, beginning of August. We saw a demolition sign on it. I own the house next door to it. Actually, a friend of mine, he died last year and left me that house. And I was devastated to see the little yellow house have a demolition sign in front of it. But I wanted you to know that I am very hopeful that you will let us, if you vote for this, I mean, no matter what, we're still going to take care of this house as best we can and make Bloomington proud. But I would really like you to give us the opportunity to help Bloomington's cultural heritage and, designate this. The man did amazing work, and his stuff all the way from California to New York. The square in Bloomington, the beautiful kissing couple on the building at Atwater and 3rd. I really would like you to go look at that sculpture. It's in relief. It's like 2 to 3 inches of limestone that he carved the kissing couple in. It's amazing. And you should see the size of the limestone blocks on the back of the house. They are huge for this teeny little house. But anyway, I wanted to thank the builder that gave us the opportunity to buy this house from them once they realized it was going to be culturally designated. They gave us the opportunity to buy it, and I really appreciate that. And I want to thank my friend John, who left me the means to be able to purchase the house from them so that we know that it's going to be taken care of well. And I want to thank our neighbors, especially James Ford, for his support in this project of trying to save this little house. But my husband grew up in this house. And this amazing carver lived in this house, and I think it's something that's worth saving and marking as culturally significant for the town. But anyway, I thank you for your opportunity to do this.
Thank you. Other public comment? Go ahead, come on up. you want to go ahead and sign in and state your name for the record, and you'll have up to
Yes.
3 minutes.
You have to sign in. My name is Karen Duffy, and I sit on the Historic Preservation Commission as an advisor appointed by you. Thank you very much for that. I just want to really underscore what Dr. Butler said about the cultural heritage importance of this. We're all quick, I think, to point out the importance of the limestone industry. We understand that it was foundational, that's an unintended pun, but to the economic growth and development of our community. But we've been very slow as a community to recognize any individual workers. And here, I think when this house came up before the Historic Preservation Commission, we recognized that we had an opportunity here, a rare opportunity to do just this, to bring attention to an individual worker. As Dr. Butler said, again, carvers are at the top of the scale, I guess you'd say, the hierarchy of workers, the most highly skilled within the limestone industry. And this was not just any carver, he was a carver's carver, recognized by other carvers. And and his work is appreciated across the country as well as in Bloomington. So now this opportunity is before you, and I urge you to support it as we did, and correct this lack. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like we have somebody else moving in chambers, getting ready. Has anybody raised a hand on Zoom? Okay, let's go ahead and continue here in chambers. Thank you for signing in. State your name for the record, and then you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Daniel Schlegel. I'm also on the HPC, but I'm also director of the History Center here in town. And I just wanted to say, if you just take a moment and think about the last time you were in a museum, and then narrow that to a history museum, and then narrow that to how much you read there. I'll admit I don't read everything at a museum, and I work at one. But my point is, being able to go and see a house like this, although most people, I'm guessing, aren't going to go inside, but being able to see the size and scope of that and realize what someone was able to accomplish after living there makes an impact. No one's going to stop by there and read a plaque. That's not exciting. You can't conceptualize something like that. If anyone's traveled to Europe and you've seen some of the buildings they have that are literally out of the pages and illustrations of what the Middle Ages look like, those buildings are still standing. When you get to go inside those and look around and you can start to visualize and understand who lived there, what they did, it makes a much larger impact. And this might be a single building, yes, but for what we have at the History Center, we have very little about workers. We don't have much on the carvers. But something like this is something the city of Bloomington and Monroe County can be proud of because of what he's accomplished. After learning about all the great research Noah's done, I've tried to go out and see what's local. I haven't been able to go to DC and show us what Noah's told us about, but being able to go there and see that, I have a much greater appreciation for all of that. So it's just something to consider. Obviously, I'm going to urge you to vote yes for very good reason. But at the History Center, we have a research library. And when people see and read about something like this and this stone carver that lived at this house, they've gotten curious about their own, whether they're a long-time or newer resident. We had a whole house. I think it was 4 young ladies from IU that were sophomores, juniors, that came in just to research their house because they wanted to know more about it. No one as famous as this, but the fact they were curious enough that they came in to see it was fantastic. And I encourage more people to do that because you might be surprised at what you learn. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comments on this ordinance? Hands on Zoom? Great. All right, let's come back to council then. First, any lingering questions that popped up because of public comment? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Sorry, it took me a minute. I knew I had one in here. Is this house in a neighborhood that could become a larger historic district? Yes.
Yes, this property is located in an area that was surveyed by the state of Indiana as being potentially eligible for a larger district called the Cottage Grove neighborhood.
And that's currently being explored, right?
It is.
Okay. Is there any reason to, why don't we just wait? And since there's no imminent demolition, why don't we just wait until we can approve the bigger neighborhood?
You could. I mean, what I would say is this building is being nominated on its own merit. It was nominated by the Historic Preservation Commission prior to any inkling that there would be an effort to nominate the larger neighborhood. And, you know, also, we don't know what the end result of that process will be. Could be lots of outcomes. So I would urge the council to judge this property on its own merit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and go to council member comment. Do any council members want to comment on this ordinance? Councilmember Rallo.
Well, I'm very happy to support this. I really appreciate being brought forward by Mr. Sandwise and the commission. It's an interesting discussion because, yeah, I mean, you know, typically we're looking at architectural significance in this very modest home, but it reflects our local heritage and it reflects, it really demonstrates the cultural value of structures. So, and it really enriches our sense of place. So, and it's very appropriate since this community was shaped and grew with the limestone industry. One value of hearing petitions like this is that I learned so much about history in this community, and so I'll be enthusiastically supporting this, and thanks for everybody that was involved in making it happen.
Thank you. Councilmember Zulik.
Yes, thank you. So this property is in the small but mighty District 6. So naturally, I have had the wonderful opportunity to meet with the Butlers at length. And I'll second a lot of what Councilmember Rallo said, but just on the personal side, like these are people that put in the work in terms of community engagement. They knocked every single door that's in the proposed Cottage Grove Conservation District that was previously discussed. Like they have done the work for this project. And so I just want to commend you both and Mr. Ford, who I've also met with. So thank you. And I'm happy to support this.
Councilmember Daley.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm also happy to support this. I love when the historic preservation issues come up before us. I was a student of history, and so these just kind of, you know, tickle my happy spot. And I think you guys did a great job with, you know, all the research and the information you provided with us. It's fascinating. I love, you know, being able to help preserve such important parts of history and of Bloomington. So thank you very much for all the work that you have all done with this and for bringing this here and for hanging out so long with us tonight. And I'll definitely be voting yes, so thank you.
Other councilmember comment? Councilmember Flaherty.
Thanks. Yeah, I really appreciate this proposal and the discussion tonight. Personally, I'm a little torn, and I'll just try to explain. I think the contributions of Ivan Adams as a stone carver are significant and meaningful, and I think preserving that cultural heritage is also important. I think there's a variety of ways to do that, and what I'm grappling with here is what I would characterize as like the less traditional path to historic preservation, which is not based on architectural significance, but based on some type of historical significance. And that criteria in city code says has significant character, interest, or value as part of the development, heritage, or cultural characteristics of the city, state, or nation. And that's not what we're highlighting here, but rather is associated with the person who played a significant role in local, state, or national history. And I guess like definitionally that's sort of like true here, but the word association, like that could mean a lot of things. And I guess I'm just not sure that someone of cultural or historical significance living at a place on its own without more is, for me, like a sound criterion or a basis for historic preservation. I did hear remarks about, the importance of saving a house and preventing new development and things like that, which I understand where that's coming from, and I actually appreciate the family who obviously personally has so much at stake and cares so much about this property too, has been able to purchase it, and in any case will be able to preserve it, for their own memory and enjoyment. But again, I think to me those considerations actually drift away from the purpose of historic preservation, which isn't to prevent development or keep duplexes out. Like, that's not what historic preservation is actually meant to be about, at least in my opinion. And so when we talk about preserving history in Bloomington, like, I just don't think that, like, designating this house as historic rings true to, like, there's a disconnect. That's all. And so just trying to make a principled decision based on how I think about things, and I'm actually not 100% sure how I'm going to vote. But thank you for the opportunity to at least think about it that way.
Thank you. Other council member comment? Councilmember Ruff.
Yeah, I have to disagree that there's a disconnect. The limestone industry, we don't need to talk about what that's meant to this community, what the history of that is, and this person living in that house during productive years of his engagement with the industry. I mean, this romanticizes it a little bit, but I think he imbues the house and the property and the area around there with what he did and what he was. I grew up in Malac Heights on the north side of town, and in the 1960s, which seems like a long time ago when I was a young boy, there was a master stone carver who lived down the street and up. His name was Harold Elgar. And we used to go up there as little kids because he would have in his yard little limestone frogs and animals that he would place around. They were all over his property. And we would go up there and we'd go all through and around the house and see him looking out at us, and I'm sure happy, but that's part of when we designated Malac Heights historic neighborhood. That's part of it. So I just don't think I think there is a thread that goes through an individual where they live in a specific house, and then out from there into the community through the history and into our future if we preserve it. So I'm going to be very happy to support this.
Thank you. Excuse me, other council member comments? Councilmember Rosenberger.
Hi, thank you for all these comments. Thanks for everyone for being here tonight. It's getting late and we're not close to done. I do not plan to support this tonight. I am grateful for all the research done. I think with artists, a lot of the time, their legacy is preserved in their work, and I do love that Ivan Adams has work throughout Bloomington and the Midwest and the country, and I think that is a tribute to him, and I don't see a strong connection to preserve where he lived, and then would maybe drive somewhere and do work. I think too, for me, it's a very slippery slope in preserving homes where people live who contributed something to our community that is of note. Thanks.
Other council member comment? I'll just very quickly say then that I'm not supportive of this evening for a lot of the things Councilmember Flaherty and Councilmember Rosenberger just said, but also kind of the bigger issue that I feel like it's this interesting precedent. And I guess for me personally, it's like I have a pretty high bar that you have to leap over for me to go, yeah, I want to call that a historic preservation district. And to just meet one of those standards is really just is going to rarely probably make it no matter which one of those things that it is. I agree that there are other ways to better kind of mark the memory and the significance of his artwork. And I don't see his artwork represented somewhere around this house. And the precedent of doing that, I think that it is the really, really slippery slope. And I think that it wouldn't be great maybe to start going down that. And secondly, currently this house is owned by people who are going to use it effectively, I'll say, in the state that it's in and take care of it and all of that kind of stuff. I also kind of hesitate to like put these kind of shackles on it into the future as well without a larger kind of district. So that's, I guess, how I feel about it. Any last council member comment before we go to a vote? All right, I'm not seeing any. So will the clerk please call the roll on ordinance 2025-47?
Councilmember Asari?
Yes.
Flaherty?
No.
Ruff?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Strasburg?
No.
Daley?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
No.
Thank you. That passes 6-3. So recognizing that it's late, I kind of want to give council members a couple minutes to get some wiggles out, but I also want to recognize that it is 10:30 at this point, and yeah, so if people are good with just keeping going, I know that this is a long legislative agenda tonight, and I'm super duper sorry about that. Next.
I move that
Excuse me.
ordinance 2025.
Yes.
Do you need to vote under the Bloomington Municipal Code?
Just for each one, we should probably
Just for
do roll calls for introductions. Or, well, we'll see how it works. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, we
I'm
need to
sorry,
roll.
could you-
We need
Just
to
on
roll.
introductions, we have to make
Okay.
sure that we have 2/3 majority on introductions. Councilmember Daley.
I move that ordinance 2025-43 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
All right, it's been moved to introduce ordinance 2025-43. We're going to try a voice vote and see what happens. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Nobody is opposed, so thank you. Will the clerk please read?
Ordinance 2020. Oh, I'm so sorry, I lost where I was. Ordinance 2025-43, an ordinance annexing certain real estate to the city of Bloomington, Monroe County, Indiana. The synopsis is as follows. This ordinance, pursuant to a voluntary annexation petition, annexes the real estate commonly known as 2005 West Corey Drive, Bloomington, Indiana, a parcel located outside of but contiguous with city boundaries.
Thank you.
I move that ordinance 2025-43 be adopted.
Second.
Thank you. Who is here to present tonight?
Chris Wheeler, Assistant City Attorney.
Thank you.
Can you hear me all right?
Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead. Thank you for introducing yourself for the
Excellent.
record.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Happy to be here, happy to talk about this tonight. This is a petition for annexation. The controlling statute is Indiana Code 4-6-3-5.1. This type of an annexation is often referred to as a super voluntary, but it is a voluntary annexation. To be eligible for this type of a voluntary annexation, the property in question must be located outside of, but contiguous to the city. And looking at the statute, this particular section of the code, contiguous means that the annexing property shares at least 1/8 of its border with the city. Under this particular statute, the way to initiate a voluntary annexation is to have filed a petition for the voluntary annexation of the property. And that petition needs to have 3 things going for it, which is to request an ordinance annexing the property. It must then be signed by 100% of the property owners. and it must contain a header on the signature page that states, quote, petition for voluntary annexation into the city of Bloomington, Indiana, close quote. So when we're doing this, I know there are going to be some folks that are going to come up and want to argue against this. They can argue against it, but they cannot remonstrate. I think it's important for the council to know that. So there won't be any remonstrating against this annexation. It's not available by this statute. However, there is an appeal that can be taken. If council were to approve this annexation, then an appeal could be sought. But the only issue on appeal would be whether there was contiguity. And in this case, I think you're going to find that there is contiguity. So there won't be any grounds for an appeal. So the facts on this case real quick are that on October 22nd, 2025, Canyon LLC filed its petition with the clerk for voluntary annexation, requesting that an ordinance be adopted to annex Lot 2 in Corey Lane Estates, which is commonly known as 2005 West Corey Drive. And he's asking to annex that particular property into the city. He's eligible to do this because the property is in fact located outside of the city and it does meet the 1/8 contiguity requirement. The property's perimeter totals 433.57 feet. The property shares a border with the city that measures 126.04 feet, which greatly exceeds the required 1/8 contiguity requirement. 1/8 contiguity would have only needed 54.19 feet, so we're well above that requirement. The petition does meet statutory requirements. It did request the ordinance be passed. It did, and it is 100% of all property owners who have signed. Canyon LLC is the only property owner. This property was signed, the petition was signed by William Kanye Wamathe, who is the president of Canyon LLC. These facts are supported by the warranty deed, which came with the petition. That warranty deed was recorded with Monroe County Recorder's Office on July 30th, 2024, showing Canyon LLC as owner. And articles of organization filed with the Secretary of State Corporations Division shows that William Kanye Wamathe is the president of this corporation. The signature page does contain the necessary header language, and so the petition does meet all necessary statutory requirements. There are a couple of other statutory requirements that need to be met, and that is the council would have had to first adopt a fiscal plan before it can consider this annexation, which, as you recall, you did do back on December 3rd. And then city council must also conduct a public hearing within 30 days of the petition being filed, which again, council did do back on December 3rd of this year. With this petition properly filed, the fiscal plan adopted by resolution, and all other statutory requirements met, then city council may adopt an ordinance annexing this property into the city. The ordinance, as proposed, properly declares that the property is contiguous with the city. The petition is signed by 100% of the owners, and that the property is annexed into the city. That form of ordinance, I think, is appropriate, and city legal does recommend that the ordinance be adopted as written. I'm happy to try and answer questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from council members about this ordinance? No questions. I do have one, actually, because this was brought up during the public hearing, that the roadway that this is actually connected to, because in the, let me find it, in the petition, it said that the real estate is contiguous to public highways and public rights-of-way, but technically that road isn't a public right-of-way. But earlier, or like higher in the document, there is a deed that seems to say that they have an easement or right of usage of that road because they're part of the Corey Lane Estates. So can you just kind of clarify that little bit of legal language? Is that problematic in any way?
There isn't anything in the statute that requires the property to have that contiguity with a roadway.
Okay.
What the contiguity that's required is that it be 1/8 with the city. It just happens that it's sitting on a roadway. It's unfortunate that it mentions it as a public roadway. It is a private drive, I believe. I think that's accurate. But that does not change the statutory ability for the property to be annexed. It's not of importance as it relates to whether or not the property can be annexed.
Okay, and is it correct that that property does have an easement, though, for that private road as part of the original, like, deed stuff? Because I was trying to read the deed stuff and understand that.
So I would have to sit down and read that section of the, well, I'd have to read the deed again. I don't recall the language and what it says on the deed as to whether it's got an easement to use that private drive, but it is part of that whole neighborhood. If it was going to become a landlocked property, it wouldn't be too hard to get a court to order that the owner of the property could use that road.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? All right, let's go ahead and go to public comment on ordinance 2025-43. If you're a member of the public who would like to make a comment, you can go ahead and make your way to the podium. If you are online, you can raise your hand using the reactions tab. Thank you for signing in so much. You can state your name for the record and go ahead and start when you're ready.
My name is Jay Nelson. And first of all, just because you can do something doesn't mean that you should do something, I want to state. But my grandmother lives at 2009 Corey Lane. The wooded lot beside her home, addressed as 2005, is the subject of this proposed voluntary annexation and future duplex. At your last meeting, you adopted the fiscal plan resolution for this annexation. I understand state law requires that step, but I'm asking you to look more closely into the physical reality on the ground before you go any further. First, drainage and stormwater. There's a pipe under Corey Lane that directly connects the grass basin on the north side of the street with the wooded basin on the south side. Those two areas function as a drainage system, regardless which way the water happens to flow at any given storm. Bloomington's own stormwater rules in Title 13 and the Stormwater Design Manual expect development proposals to map out existing drainage patterns, runoff directions, and outfalls to prove that they will not increase flooding or undermine public infrastructure. And I don't believe that's been done yet. If this wooded lot is cleared and filled and paved for duplex with parking, you're concentrating more water into a very small basin tied to one crossroad pipe. If that pipe ever plugs, fails, or simply cannot handle extra volume, the city will own that problem once the land is annexed. That is not a theoretical issue for us. It would be in my grandmother's front yard. Second, karst and subsurface stability. Bloomington and Monroe counties sit in a well-documented karst region with mapped sinkhole areas and sinking streams. The lot in question already behaves like a bowl. Cutting the trees, adding a structure, driveway, stormwater facilities without a site-specific geotechnical and karst study is a serious risk for the future residents and for the city's utilities. A sinkhole or other subsidence under a driveway, a sanitary line, or that crossroad drain will be far more expensive than any tax revenue this single lot can generate. Third, neighborhood pattern and zoning. Corey Lane is a short, dead-end street with single family homes. This one parcel would be the only city lot on the street and the only duplex. Under Bloomington UDO, duplexes in low-density residential districts are supposed to go through a special conditional review, including a neighborhood meeting and a BZA scrutiny, because they can be incompatible on lots with this. When the subdivision was first built, the developer had the easiest, cheapest opportunity to build here. They chose not to and left this wooded. This strongly suggests they understood the site as marginal and unbuildable because of drainage surface issues. Just please vote no on this. It's not the right thing to do. Thanks.
Thank you. Looks like we have a line here. Go ahead and sign in and state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Good evening, council members. My name is Paul Post, resident on the street in question. I would also agree with Mr. Nelson and ask you to vote no on this tonight. What I'm going to do is point out the ludicrousness of the whole concept of annexing this one lot on our street. As I've stated before, that area is Island 4 as part of the greater annexation efforts by the city, which is under litigation currently. We're still following all of that. It just seems a little odd that what hasn't been mentioned tonight is the only reason we're here is because the owner just wanted to build on the property and couldn't connect to the sewer lines. We have city utilities. I pay more for city utilities than everyone else because I'm technically in the county. That's all he wants to do is hook up to the sewer, but we won't do that because of the litigation that's still ongoing. It would make much more sense to let all that go through the courts and have an actual final answer to that before we decide, going further with this one lot, creating a headache of logistical problems. We've talked about all the, things of having just one city lot on a street of non-city lots. So I'd ask you to vote no on this. It just doesn't make sense right now. There's several things pending that I think would make more sense to, let us get a final answer on those. Thank you.
Thank you. Has anybody raised a hand on Zoom? Okay, let's go ahead and continue here in chambers. Come on forward. Please sign in, state your name for the record, and then you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, my name's Joseph Chan, and I live on the property right adjacent to this parcel in question. And, we bought this property, it's a starter house, and we bought it with a great peace of mind. There was a great, excellent wooded area. I didn't really pay much attention to it until it was brought to my attention just a few weeks ago, actually, where I noticed that someone was trying to build and develop on this storm drain area. And I couldn't help but notice, hey, wait a minute, my property drains directly into this place. So even if it does get annexed, or it does, and all of the zoning does get managed out, that presents a legal trouble issue, where now am I supposed to change my property so that it doesn't drain into this? And there's a bunch of other properties that drain into this, and it's only going to cause a bigger issue in the future, perhaps not immediately, but the karst question is certainly something that I feel like the gun is being jumped on, and with so many lingering questions that Mr. Nelson has brought up, it behooves us to take a minute, step back, and think about, what are the implications of even annexing this in the first place. And there's just a lot of questions that keep coming up, like what about the parking situation? It's almost half an acre, but if you pave on it and you have to raise it up, because there's a lot of incline on this property, and the access from the easement is also at an incline as well. I know this because I walk past it every time I mow my lawn. And it's quite steep. And the most level access point, it touches my property. So am I going to have to worry about people, the construction or surveyors coming onto my property to survey this land? Who knows? But that's a concern that I have as someone who is going to be directly affected by this development and annexation, whether it goes through or not. Yeah, so I yield the rest of the time.
Thank you so much. Is there another comment? Yes. Okay, good. Go ahead and come forward. Please sign in and state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hello. I'm one of the other residents in the same street on...
Can you state your name?
Oh, right. Magda Andrade. So yeah, I'm one of the other residents on that street, and yeah, I live pretty close to that zoning location, that place that is in threat of annexing and rezoning. So I have a few concerns when it comes to that property. So as Joseph has said, there is an incline there, and our storm drains go into there. But the other concern that I have is that they are, if it is with the intention of deforesting and building the duplex, it can cause a really big risk on the neighbors, on all of us. And the reason is, based on what I read from the notes here, there hasn't been any addressing on any environmental inspections or anything about the possible karst that there is. So without giving them the permission to rezone and annex without doing any of those inspections, well, of course, you're just giving them all the leverage to do as they wish to build the properties, but then again, there's going to be fewer opportunities to take any regulations or any safety checks for whatever is going to be building there. And then furthermore, construction also performs a lot of perturbation and a lot of, including the weight of the concrete and every material equipment used can actually put a risk on the load that the structure has. And yeah, furthermore, if that place is deforested, it does come at the risk of further enhancing erosion, which could then again be dangerous for our homes nearby. It will make our structures lose integrity when it comes to the actual changing of the property. So there's risks of erosion and of course the whole conversation about the storm drain. And yeah, so I come from a standpoint that I personally think it's a safety risk, and I would please ask you to vote no.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in chambers who would like to make a public comment? Okay, while somebody is walking over, have any hands been raised on Zoom? If you just want to give me a big wave when that happens, or if that happens, that would be great. Here in chambers, please sign in, state your name for the record, and then you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Leslie Ruiz, and I'm sure you're tired of hearing from me, so I'll be brief. I have serious concerns about the impact that building on this property, and I'm aware that this is annexation, and I understand. And this is just my first ability to kind of voice my concerns about it. You know, I have plenty of more flooding videos and pictures from my basement and all of the fun things, and I'm dealing with water on my side already, and I'm really concerned about what the impact of them building there would look like and what legal issues that might bring up anyways. I know that there's, common enemy stuff with water here in the state of Indiana, but there's nothing built there right now, and if they do build there and it does impact my property, I don't know what recourse I have at that point. So here I am at the very beginning of this process, just trying to be heard, because I do really have concerns. I think, I know my neighbors have lots of concerns too, but I think that I am probably the one that would be most impacted by everything there. I already have a loan for the basement that I had to fix because of water, and so I just have large concerns over that. And again, I'm aware that that might not be what you can hear right now, but I just feel like I need to say that at this point. I guess I also have concerns about parking, like I said last time, and whether there's an easement or not for the road. Does that easement include parking? What does that look like? Because I cannot imagine that there could be a duplex there and more than one car parked in a 15-foot driveway there on that property. I just cannot see it. So they will be using that road. They will be parking on that street that you guys don't have any authority over, that would be our responsibility. I don't know. But again, thank you for hearing me and reading my emails and all of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in chambers wish to make a comment? I see somebody else moving. and I don't see a wave from staff, so if you could make sure to sign in and then state your name for the record, and also if, if you've spoken here about this tonight, if you forgot to sign in, just make sure you go and do that so that we have that for the record. Thank you. Go ahead when you're ready to start with your name. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lieutenant Ray Reyes, retired Navy, naval officer, also resident on Corey Drive. Just to reiterate, I've seen her property, and it does attain a certain level of flooding coming from the other side. Literally 2 years ago, flooded so bad, I literally saw 2 beavers set up shop there. I am not making that up. Have any of you seen this property? Beavers, actual beavers with the tails, the whole thing, swimming. That's how bad it can get, almost encroaching into her basement. Have any of you seen the property? It's not quite as big as this room. The road is literally there. He's gonna have to fill this hole in. No one's seen a picture of it at all? Anything? Just okay. It's just a horrible idea. And my neighbor Paul Post, as he told you, it doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. It's just a horrible. Not that we don't want the property there or neighbors or anything like that. It just physically, as an engineer myself, it doesn't make sense. As he told you as a builder, it's just a horrible idea, and that's all.
Thank you. Any other comments, public comments about ordinance 2025-43? And I didn't see a wave from staff, so that brings us back to council. Did public comment bring up any questions that council members would like to ask? Councilmember Azari.
Is Attorney Wheeler still on the call? Hey. Two quick questions. Are there any known infrastructure deficiencies in the area that would require city investment?
On the property itself?
Yes.
No.
And the question that that's come up again and again from residents in the area nearby, if there were some material pains put on them or their properties, what recourse do they have? Does their recourse change if we were to annex this lot?
Annexation doesn't have any impact on the recourse that property owners would have if they're adjacent or in the neighborhood. The development or not of this property does, whether it gets developed and if there are any issues as between the property owners, it doesn't matter whether the property was developed as a property in the county or developed as a property in the city. What changes is that if we annex the property, then the property owner does have the opportunity to connect to the water and sewer, which is available in Corey Lane. So it does make it a little bit easier, I think, for the property to get developed. But all of these issues that are being brought up are issues that would be brought up at the time of considering the zoning, considering the planning department looking at what's going to be developed on the property. These are issues that get hashed out at that time.
Yep.
And then common enemy was brought up. The common enemy doctrine in the state of Indiana would apply whether this property gets developed in or out of the city, in or out of the county.
Yep.
So all of these issues just are not, they don't impact whether statutorily this property can be annexed.
Thank you. And then the final question as a follow-up to that, there was the point brought up about conditional uses of duplexes in low-density areas. Can you speak a little bit about that and how that would apply here? Because I know we have a second piece of legislation following this about rezoning that place.
I'm not well-versed in planning and zoning, and I would not be able, I'd be shooting from the hip and probably getting it all wrong. So I refrain from trying to answer those because I'm just not educated in the matter.
And I guess
I see one of our planning staff members who probably has been waiting here for questions like this and would invite Mr. Grulich forward to maybe address that question about zoning if possible. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you. Eric Grulich, Development Services Manager. So yes, with the conditional use approval for development on this is when we'd have a little bit finer tooth to look at any impacts to any regulations that the City of Bloomington Utilities has, the requirements that the UDO has. So they would be required to submit. I think we've talked about it at least a little bit from the last time and in the Plan Commission hearings and in the packet. The karst feature, possible karst feature that might be on the property, so that would have to be evaluated. There are trees that are obviously on the property that could be subject to our tree closed canopy preservation requirements. The lot was platted as a legal lot of record. So it was not, there are lots that were set aside in here that have large easements on there. There were several sinkholes that were identified within this development when this was in the city and came forward for subdivision approval in the 1990s. So there were easements that were placed for identified sinkholes. This particular feature on this thing was not identified. That doesn't mean that it's not that now, but that's something that we've identified with them that we'll have to evaluate, if they come forward for development. So yes, we would review it for any requirements within the UDO. If it's annexed and comes forward for development.
Thank you so much. And so just a final question on that. On that note, am I correct in saying that should we annex this this lot today, there's still, that doesn't guarantee that the thing would be built. There's still a whole mechanism that needs to, that the developer would have to go through in order to make sure that all of the things that you just discussed were either ameliorated or planned appropriately.
Yes, so annexing this doesn't guarantee that they can do everything that they want. Obviously the zoning code has a lot of layers to it that guide what can and can't happen here, setbacks, environmental preservation features. So all those things would have to be met. As I mentioned, it was platted as a legal lot of record. So it is entitled to some development of some sort. And if there are variances that are required, then that is something that the Board of Zoning Appeals would have to hear and review with a development proposal. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions from council members? Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Hi, yes. Maybe potentially for the attorney, unsure. Some of the public comments were about how this would be the only property on that street that is annexed because it's a voluntary annexation. Could other properties on the street also do voluntary annexation?
So each property that's outside of the city would have to go through the same sort of examination that this property did, which is to look and see whether or not the property has at least 1/8 contiguity with the city's boundaries. So looking at the neighborhood, I would think that the properties that are running along the same side of the street as the property in question for this annexation, I think all of those properties probably meet contiguity because they're bordering the city's boundaries. So they would all be eligible. And then it's kind of like a domino effect. Once those properties become annexed, then the properties around them can start to look to see whether they have contiguity with the properties that have just become annexed. So it's kind of, it can have a domino effect, but that always presupposes that other people would be interested in becoming part of the city. I don't know if that answers your question very well. I can try again.
That was good, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from council members? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and go to council member comment. Do council members want to comment on this ordinance? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yeah, I just want to thank the residents who came out both tonight and at our last meeting to talk about this. I think you made a lot of great points, especially about the environmental issues, the flooding issues. But at this point, we have a petition from somebody to be annexed, and we have to evaluate it based on just the criteria in front of us, which are, that it's 1/8 contiguous to the city, which it is. And so all of these questions about what should be allowed to be built there, what's the environmental, the geological decision as to the karst area, what, are the stormwater impacts of building there. All these things come later. We can't consider those if it's not part of the city of Bloomington. So this is really just the first step, and we have to act on this petition. We can't just say, it would be pointless, like before we vote yes on this, it would be pointless to invest lots of time in environmental examinations and site plans and all that. We have systems in place to examine all those and to be very careful about not building in a karst feature and to avoid stormwater runoff problems. We have very detailed requirements about that, but that comes later. Right now, we're only looking at whether they meet the qualifications to be annexed. So I just want to be clear about that, and I think they do, and so I'll be voting yes.
Thank you. Are there other councilmember comments? Councilmember Ruff.
Yeah, I did visit the property, and to me, it's pretty obvious that the majority of the property is a literal water conveyance channel. And in order to build on that thing, it's going to take a significant amount of modification of the grade of pretty much the entire site. But that's not necessarily the main reason I'm going to vote no on this, but I'm in agreement with Mr. Post. I don't think it makes any sense to me annexing this while we're in the middle of this annexation fight where this administration seems to continue to want to throw good money after bad, in my opinion, in this whole annexation business. And I don't want to throw this little bit into the mix and confuse it even more. It just, if this can be developed someday, well, after everything gets sorted out. I don't really think it's particularly developable anyway, if you go out there and look at it, but if they're entitled to something, they want to do it now, then deal with whatever county regulations they would have to deal with. So I'm going to be voting no.
Thank you. Councilmember Daley.
Thank you. I'm just not convinced that annexing this property is in the best interest of the city or the residents of Quarry Drive. I agree with what Mr. Post said as well, that it would be, and I wrote this down because I liked the phrase, a headache of logistical problems. I think that is probably pretty accurate for this location. Just, the annexation and the sewer and how it's going to affect the neighboring properties. So I agree that this doesn't make sense. It's not the right move right now. Let everything else play out in terms of the rest of the annexation question and then talk about it then. But I think right now, I'm certainly not in favor of this voluntary annexation.
Thank you. Councilmember Flaherty.
Thanks. I broadly agree with Councilmember Piedmont-Smith's points and will be voting yes, but I wanted to go a little further on this concept of like how this fits into the broader questions around annexation. And so it's the utilities' current policy that we don't grant sewer connections for new properties outside of city limits because we used to do that and have people sign it. We used to do that and annex people at the same time. It was a pair. That was incredibly inefficient from a legislative standpoint. So then we started getting people to sign contracts saying, look, I'm going to be annexed in the future. I know I'm going to be annexed in the future. I'm going to get my sewer now. And when it comes time to annex me later, I'm not going to remonstrate. Then we had a lot of folks challenging the validity of those contracts. And the state took, likely unconstitutional, in my opinion, as a lawyer, unconstitutional action to invalidate those contracts, which is against both the state and federal constitution. And so now we find ourselves in a situation where the city's policy about connecting to sewer has changed. So this property actually can't be developed, is my understanding, if it remains in the county. And my colleagues are right that whether it can or not with respect to karst features, et cetera, is like a separate question from this inquiry. And so to play it out on the like lawsuit front, like I don't know exactly where everything is at the current moment with the different areas that were, intended for annexation or attempted to be annexed in the lawsuits, but if in fact this area of the county is annexed, then this will be immaterial. It's all going to be annexed. If it is not annexed because the invalidation of our contracts is upheld by the state, then I don't imagine utilities policy changing, and in fact we'll be in this exact situation where this is exactly the type of annexation that will be needed in order for this or any other property to be developed. So it's like, in both cases, actually this annexation still makes sense, in my opinion. So, yeah, I guess it's just like this, I do think this whole area of the county should belong in the city. I think it's reasonable. I think it was aligned with expectations for a long time, and contractual agreements as well. I know not everybody has those agreements, but lots of folks in different areas did. And it was a long-standing understanding between county and city governments that, eroded over time. I don't need to get into all that anymore, but like, I don't know. I think that is relevant to the picture here, but not in the same way that my colleagues have expressed.
Thank you. Other councilmember comment? Councilmember Rallo.
I share the sentiments of Councilmember Ruff and Councilmember Daley. I don't want to rehash the entire annexation debate, except to say that the decision's pending, and I would prefer to wait to see how that manifests rather than do this incrementally at this point. So I'll be voting no. Thanks.
Other councilmember comment? All right, I'm going to go ahead and take a minute then. I will say I largely agree with Councilmember Piedmont-Smith and largely agree with Councilmember Flaherty, and I will be supporting this. I also want to talk for a minute about the zoning stuff. So I'm the Plan Commission representative for council on the City Plan Commission, and so like I've seen a lot of this, and I heard from a lot of you guys at the Plan Commission meeting related to the zoning of it, and I have a whole lot of faith, like in terms of the concerns that you guys have, like totally legitimate, right? But I have a whole lot of faith that this isn't just like, if we annex it, then these people can do whatever they want. They can build whatever they want there. That's just not the way it works, okay? And I appreciate, I can't remember your name right now off the top of my head. I appreciate that you were like, I just want to keep on talking about it, and every chance I have to be like, I'm really concerned about this drainage piece, because like, yes, do that. Because clearly, there's some clear concerns about drainage pieces. The thing with developing that, it might actually potentially, because they would have to be required to deal with drainage, maybe it could even help the drainage if there was approval. And I think that there is maybe an if back there somewhere, but I don't think that that's necessarily relevant with the with this step that we're taking tonight. I also, though, want to point out again, which I pointed out at Plan Commission, and I think that I heard Councilmember Flaherty correctly saying, well, if they could connect to sewer, then they could develop this property right now. And I'll tell you, they can't actually, because the county downzoned this zone earlier this year. So a year ago, by right, somebody could have built a duplex on there. The sewer issues aside with connecting to county sewer. And then earlier this year, they downzoned it. And now it is not actually a big enough lot to build anything. So whether or not something should be built on it, I mean, there's like a lot of politics back there, and they didn't just downzone this lot, it was entire sections. We're in a housing crisis. So to take something completely off the table before it's had environmental review, before it's gone through any of these steps, and just say, oh, we're not going to allow anything to be built here ever because it's too small. I mean, I get real concerned about that. So I'm going to be supporting this. I'm also really supportive of you guys continuing to come out as it goes through whatever process and planning it ends up having to go through to build anything at all on there. Because those environmental reviews, all those things, like they have to happen no matter what gets built there. Even if it's something like by right, which maybe would be a single family home, it would still have to jump through all those hoops to make sure that flooding wasn't going to be an issue, to make sure like all of those concerns that you have are going to be addressed. So Any other council member comment before we call the roll? Great, let's go ahead and call the roll on ordinance 2025-43.
Councilmember Flaherty?
Yes.
Ruff?
No.
Rallo?
No.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Daley?
No.
Zulik?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes with a vote of 6-3. And so we have one more.
I move that ordinance. Try it again. I move that ordinance 2025-46 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
Let's go ahead and try a voice vote on this and see what happens. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much. Will the clerk please read?
Yes, just for clarification, who was the second?
Me. Councilmember Zulik.
Thank you. Ordinance 2025-46 to amend the Bloomington zoning maps and zone property currently in the Monroe County jurisdiction to residential medium lot R2 in anticipation of voluntary annexation regarding 2005 West Corey Drive. William, I apologize for my pronunciation, Wamatai, petitioner. Synopsis as follows. This ordinance recommends that the property at 2005 West Corey Drive be zoned residential medium lot R2 if the voluntary annexation is approved.
Thank you.
I move that ordinance 2025-46 be adopted.
Second.
Thank you. So that annexation was approved, which makes this ordinance applicable. There is an amendment to it. Why don't we go ahead and do the amendment first, Councilmember Zulik?
Yes, I move that Amendment 1 be brought forward for Ordinance 2025-46.
Second.
Councilmember Zulik, would you like to talk about your amendment?
Yes, very quickly. It is nothing but the correction of, instead of an individual, this is under an LLC, which I do believe is under the sole proprietorship of this individual, but it is just an update from the name to Conyuson LLC.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Councilmember Zulik about this is sort of a bookkeeping issue? Great. Is there any public comments about the amendment that clarifies the petitioner to align it correctly with like other documentation? Is there anybody on Zoom for public comment? Okay, thank you. Going back to council then, any comment related to this bookkeeping change in Amendment 1? All right, seeing no comment, will the clerk please call the roll on Amendment 1 to Ordinance 2025-46?
Councilmember Ruff?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Daley?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That passes 8-0. Councilmember Flaherty out of the room. Going back to the ordinance as amended now, do we have a presentation from staff? If you could state your name for the record, and then the floor is yours.
Thank you, Eric Grulich, Development Services Manager. So this resolution, in this case, reflects a recommendation from the Planning Commission for the zoning for this property. Should it be annexed, so as it was decided and voted to be annexed, then zoning obviously has to be given to the property. So the property is currently in the Monroe County jurisdiction, planning jurisdiction, and is zoned RES. Which is a residential 1. It's a very large lot type. It's a 1 acre lot size is what the county has it. zoned as the minimum lot area. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, when this was approved as a subdivision in the 1990s within the city, it has a zoning designation of RS. The RS zoning district had a minimum lot size of 7,200 square feet and 60 feet. So all of the lots that are within the subdivision reflected what the zoning code had at the time. And so fast forward 30-something years now, that 7,200 square foot, 60-foot lot size equates to the R2 zoning district. The comprehensive plan that the county has, as well as the comprehensive plan the comprehensive plan that the county has, which is called the Monroe County Urbanizing Area Plan, reflects their comprehensive plan and has it designated as mixed residential. This is very comparable to the property to the south of this that is within the city that our comprehensive plan has designated as neighborhood residential. Both designations encourage a mix of housing types, talk about location adjacent to facilities, is predominantly single-family in nature, both zoning districts. So the Plan Commission's review and guidelines for this were a pretty easy correlation in terms of what the zoning should be for this. So R2, as I mentioned, reflects what the lot sizes are within this neighborhood. And so that was the Plan Commission's recommendation by a 7-0 vote to recommend that this property be zoned R2, which is the residential medium lot zoning district. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Grulich? Councilmember Rallo?
Yes, I'm glad you covered the compatibility. If this property will now be annexed by a decision of the council, any sort of petition for development there will require site inspection by your department.
So there are a couple different development possibilities. So a single-family residence, assuming that it would meet all of our requirements, would just need a building permit. If the owner comes forward with a duplex, then that is a conditional use. So they would have to have a neighborhood meeting that would go to the Board of Zoning Appeals. Regardless of either scenario, it has to meet the UDO requirements for setbacks. The environmental features would have to be evaluated. As I mentioned, we've already let the property owner know that the karst feature or the potential karst feature will need to be evaluated. There are trees that are on the site that would be subject to our tree preservation requirements. So there's a myriad of regulations that would apply regardless of whether it's a by right or a conditional use.
I see, yeah. I think I remember walking this property back in the 90s when it was part of the city on the Environmental Commission, and I remember large sinkhole. So anyway, the point is that you'll be mapping that sinkhole.
Yeah,
and
we've
the
already
contours
identified
of it, and then the setback that would be, and then any developable land will be essentially evaluated by
Correct.
your department.
Yes.
Right? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for Mr. Grulich? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and go to public comment on ordinance 2025-46 as amended. So again, this ordinance has to do with zoning this particular parcel into the residential 2 lot. Go ahead and come forward, sign in, state your name for the record. You'll have up to 3 minutes. If you're on Zoom and you want to comment, you can raise your hand using the reactions tab or send a chat message to the host. Go ahead when you're ready.
Once again, Jay Nelson. In regards to zoning, I'm not sure what can be done with this, but this whole entire road are single-family homes. To then annex it and then slap in where we're going to throw a duplex in it just doesn't really make sense. But being a builder and knowing that property as well, I don't see how it's physically possible to throw a duplex on there, let alone allowing that to be a possibility. I believe is just the wrong way. Just kind of a comment on this annexation and the rezoning, I just think is backwards. If I want to de-annex myself, I wish I could do that, right? But it doesn't seem like there's a possibility to do that, but you could annex a property and just jump all over it. But to even see that if it's buildable and what we're building on should probably be a first step here, in my concern, before you're annexing anything or assuming the responsibilities of that land. But rezoning this, if you do consider doing that, it would be great to have some kind of caveat or restriction where it would be to a single family and there would be for the drainage issues or something that might be done. I don't know what's in your purview, your power here to address those things. And obviously you're hearing nothing but concerns because there are concerns. The builder didn't build on this lot for a reason, and promise you, as a developer and a builder myself, I would have built on that lot if I had the opportunity. So there's something going on here. So I'm just, putting the cart before the horse is kind of silly on some of this. And it's, I don't know, it's a little backwards to me, and it's unfortunate that we're not going out there doing our due diligence first before we're making decisions on mute items. And I really believe that this is going to be the case with this subject of being annexed over, and he's not going to be able to build on it. What's the point? Until the whole litigation is all done with annexation, and then, maybe something else is done in the future, but I don't ever see a property on here. It shouldn't be rezoned. It shouldn't have been re-annexed, so, thanks.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public who would like to comment on ordinance 2025-46 as amended? Has anybody raised a hand on Zoom? All right, not seeing any other public comment. Let's go ahead and go back to council. Any questions that came up during public comment? Seeing none, any comment from council members before your vote? Councilmember Ruff.
Yeah, I understand that the current zoning being, or in the county's urbanizing plan, it's mixed residential, and that is similar and consistent with what this proposal would be. But, and I respect that, and I appreciate the thought that's gone into that from staff and the plan commissioners. But I just think this thing is bass-backwards and wrong-headed, and I don't want to be associated with a yes vote in any aspect of it, so I'm going to vote no on this, too.
Thank you. Any other council comments? Councilmember Piedmont-Smith.
Well, I disagree. I think that this is being done in a logical order. First, we voted on whether to annex it. Now that it's annexed, it needs to be zoned in a certain way, so we know how to apply the UDO. A UDO, may I remind everybody, that has very strong environmental protections. So before anything is built there will be an analysis of the geography and the topography, and nothing built within 25 feet of the sinkhole. So if nothing can be built there, then that'll be the result. But we got a piece of land now. We have to give it a zoning category. So I certainly don't understand why my colleague thinks this is back-asswards. I mean, this is a voluntary annexation. This has no impact on the legal case of our attempted involuntary annexation. This is one property where the owner would like to be annexed, has been annexed now. So we're just going to leave this unzoned? It doesn't make any sense.
Thank you. Other council member comment? Councilmember Flaherty.
Just want to briefly agree that, I think this is, I appreciate the perspective that we have a cart horse issue and that there should have been environmental review first. And I think it's the opposite. I really do think the first step here is annexation and zoning, and then you look at what specifically can be done or not. And it might be that the outcome is nothing is built here and nothing can be built here. And if that's the right outcome based on our city laws, then that's the outcome it should be. And that's perfectly acceptable. That's fine. Nothing wrong will have happened if that's the outcome. It's just the thing running its course. So I appreciate that someone wanted to be annexed and that we are learning the process of voluntary annexation, because it might be one of the primary ways we're annexing for the foreseeable future.
Thank you. Other council member comment? All right, seeing none. Oh, Councilmember Barello.
Could I ask Mr. Gerlich a quick question? Is it allowable? Discretion of the...
I guess so.
I haven't commented very much tonight, so... take privilege in talking a little bit. So, Mr. Gerlich, the R2 designation, single-family home, conditional use for more intense plex, right? Is that, does that go before the BZA, or is that?
Yes, so a conditional use for a duplex would go to the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Okay, all right, that's the clarification I needed.
Thank you. Seeing no other council member comments,
I had a second quick follow-up comment.
Councilmember Ruff.
I just wanted to clarify, of course, I agree that it would make no sense. I agree with my colleague that it would make no sense to leave a property total unzoned, but I'm assuming that it's going to pass. It's going to be approved. The other thing I wanted to clarify was, so it's just kind of a protest vote, making a statement that I do think it's bass backwards, and that's what I wanted. My other comment was, it's a fishing reference, bass backwards.
Thank you. Unless there are other comments, if the clerk could please call a roll on ordinance 2025-46 as amended.
Councilmember Rallo?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Daley?
No.
Zulik?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Ruff?
No.
Thank you. That passes 7-2. We are finally done with our legislative agenda this evening, y'all. We are down to the period of additional public comment. If there are any members of the public who would like to make a comment on an item not on the agenda, this is the time that they are welcome to do so if they did not comment earlier at the first period of general public comment. If anybody would like to make that kind of comment in chambers, please make your way to the podium. If you're online, please raise your hand using the reactions tab or send a chat message to the host. I don't see anybody moving in chambers. Has anybody raised a hand on Zoom? Fantastic. Council schedule, I already noted. Please think about your calendars in the last 2 weeks of January for interview committee meetings that are going to be figured out the 1st of January meeting. And otherwise, our next regularly scheduled meeting is our organizational meeting on January 7th. And happy holidays, and we are adjourned.